Grass.
4:59. Yeah, you can't go by that one. I just said it. It's wrong. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5.
All right. So.
Only if you turn your microphone on. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right. Any changes to our single item closed session? Then we'll come back here at 6:30 for open session. Thanks, everybody. Yes, thank you. Come on forward if you'd like to speak to the closed session item. Public comment is open.
Thank you. My name is Paul Palomo, and I'm with the Monterey County Mosquito Abatement District. And I'm here as a representative just to give you guys a quick update on the district and what we've been doing around your
Paul?
guys' city. Paul,
Public comment now is for items on the closed session.
I apologize.
And then at 6:30, we come back.
Oh,
And soon
6:30.
after our Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have comments on the open session.
Okay, not a problem.
So this is if
Sorry.
you wanted to comment on our anticipated litigation.
Oh, okay. So they told
You
me to
think
figure
we
out
should go
5, so.
for it or?
So I showed up at 5, so, okay, at 6:30?
Yeah,
Not a problem. Okay.
yeah, the
thank you.
agenda says 5 PM closed session, 6:30 open session.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry for the confusion. It's funny because I wanted to know about the mosquito abatement district. Just the other day, I was thinking, we got to talk to them. All right. All right, good afternoon, evening, everyone. We're resuming with our open session at this time for the regular city council meeting at City of Marina on March 19th, 2024. Thanks everyone for being here in person and online. Belinda's here, so now we can get started. Thank you, Belinda. And the first thing we'll do is have our city attorney report out on our closed session.
Closed session was held, there was no reportable action taken.
All right, thank you. And Paul, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence? Thank you.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Paul, for being a good sport. During my moment of silence, I prayed for mosquitoes. Just kidding. Okay. So we're going to go to council and staff announcements, and then we're going to go to public comment, starting with Paul, who was here earlier. Council Member McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. On Friday night, my son attended the kids' night out with the St. Patrick's Day theme and built a leprechaun trap and had a bunch of fun. I wanted to thank our Recreation and Cultural Services Department staff for the lovely celebration. And I also found out that one of our recreation staff members is an incredible balloon artist, which I did not know. There were some pretty fancy balloon displays. So thank you for that.
That's great. Okay. Anyone else on council? Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I'm taking it away from our recreational director, but the Marina Equestrian Center will have an Easter event on Saturday, March 30th from 1 to 4 p.m. Fun for the kids, but also for grown-ups because there will be lots of vendors. So 1 to 4 p.m. Marina Equestrian Center on Saturday, March 30th. Thank you.
All right. Andrea, are you going to say anything about the pump track?
Sure.
Well, I was, in lieu of me announcing it, if you have announced it, but let me announce Earth Day, which is the same day, and then you can announce the pump track. Then on Saturday, April 13th is our 18th annual Marina Earth Day, and it's coming together really well. We're going to have glitter tattoos for everybody. All the kids are going to go home with a earth-friendly quality toy or prize. We're going to have fairy house workshops, pine cone art, a mural that people can do with their thumbs for leaves. We'll be painting kindness rocks. And that all happens after 2 hours of volunteer service where you get to pick from a lot of different projects what to do to serve the planet. And then all the volunteers get a free Hoa Chinese vegan lunch. And it's a lot of fun. And there'll be a live band and some dancing. So that's Saturday, April 13th, outside the Marina Library at Loch Padden Park. Any other announcements from council before we go to Andrea? Okay, Andrea, thank you.
Thank you. Marina Recreation and Cultural Services is also having an egg hunt and breakfast on Saturday, the 30th, starting at 9 a.m. So we'll do breakfast up here by the community center and then go down to Los Arbolos for the egg hunt. Please get there on time because the egg hunt lasts about 90 seconds. So if you miss it, you miss it. So that's going on. There's a flyer on the website. Please visit that to get more information. And then we have the Get Pumped for Sea Otter Classic on April 13th. I'm trying to remember, 11 to 3. Lots of vendors, a DJ, food trucks. We have a professional writer, one that has committed, many more that are planning on coming out. So that's going to be a really fun event on the 13th. Again, all the information is on our website. Please check that out. And then my last announcement is the one I'm most excited about. I've been telling you guys that we're going to go online, and effective yesterday, our online registration and payment processing system went live at about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We're going in baby steps. So the first step is to create your account. So I've provided a little instruction sheet on how to create your account. And then on Friday, April 5th, we will open up registration for all of our summer programs. And we have more summer programs this year than I think ever before. We have 21 different camps for the summer, all different themes and activities and whatnot. So it's good that we can now register online and pay by credit card, sign all the waivers online, completely paperless system. And I think it's just going to be a game changer. So we have information on the website. We're pushing it out on social media, but really at this point, just encouraging people to create their account first. You won't see any of the activities yet, but on Friday, April 5th, all the activities will populate and you'll get to go shopping for activities. Okay.
So is registration open now?
No, you can create an account now. And then on Friday, April 5th, you can register for programs.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to open an account and I need to work on it some more.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
thank you. Any other staff announcements? Okay, then we'll open public comment. The moment we've all been waiting for. We're going to hear from Paul from the Mosquito Abatement District. Paul was here bright and early at 5 o'clock.
Having me back. I appreciate it. I just want to give you guys a quick update. Again, my name is Paul with the Monterey County Mosquito Abatement District. And I just want to give you guys a quick update on the district and where we're at now and what we've been doing here in Marina. So for those who don't know, we cover about 458 square miles of Monterey County with a small district of only 7 people. We work under the Public Health and Safety Code 2060 to help control the mosquito population to keep mosquito-borne diseases from entering into Monterey County. So we watch everything from West Nile virus to Zika, malaria, and all that. We treat everything from backyard sources to salt marshes. So Alcorn Slough Reserve, we're in there. The Moro Coho, we take care of that. But when it comes to you guys here in Marina, mostly it's ponds. A lot of ponds that we take care of, vernal ponds. For example, the long pond is treated regularly throughout the year through larvicide. Yes. Oh, sorry. Here's the way. I was making sure. The long pond is treated yearly. The vernal pond does have mosquito fish in that one. That takes care of it because it's so overgrown with tules and things like that and hasn't been cleaned out in a long time. The mosquito fish is just perfect. And they call them mosquito fish, but they're actually gambusia. So, but they eat mosquito larvae. So one fish will eat about 100 larvae a day. So that's why they call them mosquito fish. They're perfect for those predators. Lock pattern, we also treat there. And this is just a few examples. That one has mosquito fish, but because of the size of it, we also go in with technicians and we treat it on foot. So we service fish and inspection requests for the residents of Marina all year long. So as we get calls, we'll come out and search residence areas and the ponds. So that's all I have. You guys have any questions? Thank you.
Do gambusia eat amphibian eggs?
No. It's thought of it. There's a lot of papers that have been done on it, but mosquito fish, and we've found with different types of, we'll say frogs, red-legged frogs, salamanders, they work very well together in a lot of ponds. Now, there's a lot of papers that go contrary to it, but from what we've seen, we have not had a hard time with that at all. They do very well. Now, normally they'll eat anything that's in there. When it comes to mosquito larvae is their primary source of food. So they're top feeders is what they are. So what makes them perfect for mosquito larvae is they skim across the top of the water, and mosquito larvae like to sit up there like that's how they breathe. They have siphon tubes. So they'll skim atop the water and they'll eat the larvae there on top of the water.
So they won't eat eggs of amphibians, sounds like.
Not that we know of. I can't sit there and say they've never eaten one egg at all, but they don't do anything to hurt that habitat of any other type of. So like I've mentioned, most of our ponds where we do have fish are, abundant of frogs and different types of animals that are in there.
All right. Do they eat amphibian larvae? Little tiny tadpoles when they just
No.
hatch?
Mm-mm. So even dragonfly larvae that's in there do very well. And all these different back swimmers, water boatmen, they all do very well in these ponds as well as the mosquito fish.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Paul, thank you. I don't think we've heard from the mosquito district directly for quite a while, and we really appreciate you coming in. All right, have a nice evening. You bet. Anyone else in person that would like to speak during public comment? And it's also for public comment on our consent agenda items. All right, not. Oh, Levon, come on up. If you wanted to speak, now's the time. On things that are not on the agenda. Yeah, this is public comment for the consent. As we take them one by one, there'll be public comment on each
Haven't
one.
been here in a while, Mayor Delgado. Uh, yeah, you're my mayor. Haven't been here for a while. My name is Levon Stone. I'm the Executive Director of the Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network. And I have lived in this community, the community of Marina on Fort Ord for a very long time. I ran to be on the Marina City Council, didn't make it, but we put on the Dr. Martin Luther King celebration for the city of Marina every year. This is our 25th year that we've done that. And what I want to say is that we don't have, we have a very limited community of African Americans or Black people or whatever you want to call it because of the housing situation, and the rents kept going up and people kept leaving. Those who were military families and everything else. We had a great big exodus of the Black families in not only in the city of Marina, but across the whole Monterey County area. And what I wanted to say was reparations have gone across the governor's desk. And we are the only community that have not been given what we should have when it comes to how we've been treated. So I'm just wondering, why is that, and why there is no outcry concerning that? Because that's very, very important. And I just hope that we'll get a chance to see that people do care, and environmental justice is now, civil rights is now called environmental justice and civil rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Levon. Okay, we're gonna go to Maya Aika, Mimi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello.
Okay, so my name is Malika Velasquez, and at this time I'm speaking in regards to my position as a MPUSD trustee for Area 4 in Seaside. We are currently having a prom drive. So this is a formal wear drive for our students for all 3 proms at Marina, Seaside, and Monterey High. We are currently collecting formal wear up until April 3rd. And then we will have a shopping event on April 6th at the Central High School, which is Seaside, where we will also be having giveaways in regards to prom-related services and products. And so I'm just asking the community for their participation in helping us get the word out in regards to collecting gently used formal wear, whether it be cocktail dresses, gowns, suits, and or tuxedos, and formal shoes. Or even restaurant gift cards, because of course the kids like to go to dinner before the prom, and sometimes they'll even go to Denny's after. And then also any kind of services, gift cards such as beauty supplies, haircuts, hairstyling, and even transportation, corsages, boutonnieres, anything that they basically need for prom. We are looking for the community and our local businesses to participate. So I have sent over information to all of the mayors, all of the city councils. And so I'm just asking for your assistance in letting the public know about this event. That'll not only keep prom as an amazing rite of passage and event for our children, but also make this year's prom just a little bit more affordable for them. Thank you.
All right. Was it Melissa?
Malika
Thank you.
Velasquez.
Malika. Thank you, Malika. All right. Anyone else on remote that would like to comment at this time before we close public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to our consent agenda. Does anyone on council have any brief questions or comments? And I'll turn it over to Lane to talk about 10G1.
Council, I just have one little minor correction on the resolution. It's titled approving an agreement between the city of Marina and Fund for All, and then authorizing the city manager. The agreement actually is not in the packet, so you're just authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement upon the review and approval by the city attorney.
Any questions, comments, or wish to pull? We'll go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just brief comments on 10F1, which is the council member assignments. I know last time we talked about these, we talked a little bit about the Community Human Services Board, which I am the primary on. I continue to struggle to kind of make those meetings. They are during the day. There's one this Thursday. I'll actually be at a Cal Cities meeting and can attend. So happy to continue to be the primary, but just kind of want the board to understand that I'm struggling to make them all. I think last time we talked about, Mayor, you being the secondary, and if you're still okay with that, that's great with me. But yeah, just wanted to kind of bring that up again.
All right, well, that's a perfect place to ask Jenny McAdams whether she would want to serve as the primary or the alternate. Because for instance, this Thursday when Brian can't be there as the primary, unfortunately, neither can I as the alternate. So we're going to miss this meeting. So Jenny, if you wanted to go there, I don't know if you'd be officially representing the city, but at least you'd be there to represent us unofficially. But that's one question. And the other question is there any other position here that someone would like to consider giving up so that Jenny could take something on? And we'll go next to Jenny herself. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to be the alternate for Community Human Services if that works, and we can just sort of communicate to each other and tag team the meetings. I do work, but I do have a flexible employer, so I would be happy to do that. And that's also something, an organization that's near and dear to my heart. So yeah, that would be great. I appreciate that.
Okay. Since it's near and dear between the two of you, who would you prefer be the primary? But particularly you, Brian. Yeah, it's your call to begin with, Brian.
Yeah, I'm happy to remain the primary.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
All right. Great. Let's go to Councilmember Fiala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the Economic Development Commission, it says that it's the third Thursday, and I do have a standing meeting. However, I know that the EDC hasn't met for a long time, and I'm open to being on this committee, but if there's a change in the time, I don't know how cemented in this is, particularly because they haven't met for a long time, and I don't know if that's coming up or I don't know what the status is.
The time, we can certainly adjust the time on that.
Okay, well then as long as it's not the third Thursday, because I do have an important commitment, then I'm fine with remaining. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The C Monterey, or formerly Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm the primary, and I don't know if Councilmember McAdams would like to be the alternate, unless if Assistant City Manager Matt Mokenson would like to keep that position.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I think would decline that. I have a conflict with my job, so I would. My preference would be the assistant city manager stay as the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then Councilmember McAdams, you've been inserted here as my alternate to TAMC, Transportation Monterey County, and kind of by de facto, that means you're also alternate to the first Monday of every month when the Rail Policy Committee meets. So you and I will handle those two meetings as best we can. And I'll let you know in advance if I can't make a meeting. But that's kind of what that entails. It's It's the last Wednesday of the month, the fourth Wednesday of every month, not the last. It's the fourth Wednesday of every month for the TAMC board. And it's the first Monday of every month, such as next Monday. Maybe that, no, it's the first Monday of every month. It's not next Monday though, that the Rail Policy Committee meets, and that meets at 3 p.m. And the board meeting on the Wednesday is 9 a.m. But we'll talk more about that. Just want to make sure that you're okay there. You saw yourself and you're okay at the TAMC alternate. Okay, great. All right. Would someone like to make a motion? I'll motion that we adopt this resolution with these assignments, and the new ones being, other than what's listed, is that Councilman McAdams is the alternate for the Community of Human Services.
I second.
Motion of adopting the entire consent.
No, I'll just do that one for now. So that's my motion on that issue. Councilmember Biala?
I second.
Okay. All right. Do we don't need to do a roll call because we're all here? Okay. All in favor of that item, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have a motion? That passes 5-0. Do we have a motion on the rest of the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda minus 10F1, which has already been approved.
Councilmember McAdams?
Just a general comment,
Before you
especially,
go, Councilmember, do we have a second for that motion?
I'm happy to second that.
Second. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a general comment on 10GI, which is the camp agreement. I just want to make sure that in addition to all staff members, that subcontractors are going through background check and are live scan fingerprinted, especially when they are engaging with the youth here in Marina. Thank you.
All right. So is that understood? Is that the current policy?
Yes, this.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Councilmember.
on, again, 10G1, Lane, you made a little bit of slight modification of that. Do we need to include that on this motion?
I would just say the motion maker and the second should just incorporate the changes that were made by.
Okay, by Lane Long. Okay.
And I don't remember what the changes were, and I'm happy to incorporate them if you remind me.
So do we want to tell the motion maker what the changes were? Or does he?
I think it was what you've made.
Yeah, it was just that change in the title. In that you're not approving the agreement, it's not there.
Oh, right.
You're just authorizing city manager to execute the agreement after review and approval by the city attorney.
So that's my motion if it's clear.
But from now on, we'll be more transparent. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Thanks to staff, city manager, and everyone who had a hand in those items. A lot of work behind the scenes. Okay, so we'll move on to our first public hearing, which is to hear from Raimi and Associates on our objective design standards.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, members of the public. I'm Allison Hunter. I'm the project manager for the city of Marina for this project. And I would like to reintroduce our great consultants from Raimi and Associates who you have met before. Simran Malhotra and Alessandra Lundin are going to make a presentation and they'll be here to answer all of your questions. I did want to also point out that we got some questions from Councilmember Vischer. I have provided responses and you all have them now in front of you just for reference. And with that, I turn it over to Simran and Alessandra.
Thank you, Allison, and good evening, Mayor, members of the council. It's nice to be here again. I'm Simran Malhotra, Principal at Raimi & Associates, and I and my colleague Alessandra Lundin have been working on these objective design standards, and we are very pleased to be here today to present them to you for adoption or considering adoption of these standards. So very briefly, we'll give you an overview of what the standards are. As you may recall, we had met with you and the Planning Commission at a study session last October where we had a robust discussion and got some great feedback. We have responded to those comments in a very detailed matrix that was included with your packet. So we'll highlight what those changes were. And then we'll overview some of the changes to the general plan and zoning code that need to be made to maintain consistency between all these documents. And then we'll end with the planning commission's comments and recommendations, and then of course the staff recommendation for this item. So you've all heard this before, but I'll give you a brief overview again of what this project is. As you know, over the last several years, the state has passed a whole host of laws related to how cities approve residential projects. And one of the requirements has been for cities to adopt objective design standards that regulate residential buildings or mixed use buildings. And for mixed use, it has to be at least 2/3 residential. The city currently only has development standards in the zoning code, which essentially limit what the city can use as a guide for approving projects. Because those are so limited, the city has very little say in affecting the design of those projects besides the typical setbacks, height, and other development standards. So the objective design standards will go a long way in achieving the vision that the city has for good quality design of buildings within its boundaries. The map on the screen shows in yellow the areas where the objective design standards will apply. For the most part, they will not apply to specific plan areas except for the downtown vitalization plan, which is currently under development. Once that plan is adopted, then the standards within that document would apply. So if as an interim, these standards will apply as interim to the downtown area. This slide outlines the steps we undertook through this project, starting with the analysis that we did. We studied the existing regulations and the Marina context and identified issues and opportunities. We then worked with stakeholders and the community. We did some engagement around establishing what issues were important. And then we developed a design framework for the objective standards and the draft standards, working with city staff. We released the public review draft for public comment last September, met with you all in October to get your comments. And since then, we have modified the document based on the great feedback we received. The engagement that we did, as I mentioned, were stakeholder interviews, various focus groups. We did a visual preference survey, and then, of course, we got feedback from the Planning Commission and City Council. The comments we received from at the Planning Commission, City Council joint session, and the public led to us creating a matrix of sorts where we outlined every comment that was received and our response to it and what the change in the document was. So the version of the ODS that you have in front of you has a redlined, all the edits are redlined, so you can clearly see what changes were made based on the feedback that was provided. I won't read through all these comments here, but by and large, we clarified some standards, we added some more stringent requirements in some cases, and in others, we modified the standards based on the feedback. And we'll highlight what those changes are as we go through this presentation. We also replaced several photographs in the document, and as well as in the architectural style guide, which is an appendix. We added in a glossary of terms, and then on the direction of City Council, added in an appendix with city demographics. And as I mentioned, we'll highlight these as we go through the presentation. And with that, I'll have my colleague go through the next portion of the presentation, where we'll outline what's included in the document and the changes that have been made.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. As Simran mentioned, I'm going to walk through some more of the details of the content of the objective design standards. So responding to council direction, we have created a standalone document for the objective design standards rather than having these standards incorporated into the zoning code. And the document itself is organized into three main sections. So the first section covers single-family residential homes, including both detached and attached single-family housing types, such as townhomes. The second section covers multifamily residential and residential mixed-use buildings. And then the third section is an appendix of architecture, or an appendix that includes an architectural style guide. And again, I'm going to go through each of these sections in more detail, along with some of the detailed revisions that we made to the document based on Planning Commission and City Council feedback. So the single-family residential objective design standards are organized into two main sections. The first covers site design and the second covers building design. Some of the topics covered under site design include access and connectivity, the configuration of townhomes on a site, parking layout and design, trees and landscaping, services and utilities, and open space. And for site design, we made a couple of changes per Planning Commission and City Council recommendations, including increasing the maximum number of townhomes in a row to 10. And we also clarified that refuse standards apply to trash, recycling, and compost. Based on feedback we received from the community and stakeholder engagement, we heard that tree preservation and landscaping are very important to the Marina community. And again, based on feedback we received from the Planning Commission and City Council, we made a few revisions to the public draft. So we made the tree preservation guideline a standard. We increased the minimum planter width for new streets and pathways. We are now requiring gopher barriers, and we also encourage native plant species. Some of the topics covered under building design for single-family homes include facade modulation and articulation, architectural facade variation, building entries and roof forms, windows, and colors and materials. And again, from the last draft, we made a few revisions based on the feedback we received, including allowing curved roofs, and we also clarified the roof overhang standards. Moving on to multifamily and residential mixed use. Once again, it's organized into two main sections, one covering site design and one covering building design. So similar to the single family section on site design, we cover access and connectivity, services and utilities, parking, lighting, trees, and landscaping. But we also have a section on neighborhood transitions and privacy. And some of the revisions that I talked about previously that we made to the tree and landscaping requirements in the single family section were also made in the multifamily and mixed use section. So we, for example, we changed the tree preservation guideline to a standard, and we added those gopher barrier requirements, among others. Throughout the process, we heard that privacy and appropriate transitions to higher density development were a key concern to the community. And to address this, we've incorporated a number of design standards for neighborhood transitions, including upper floor step backs for taller buildings and offsetting of windows and balconies directly adjacent to single family homes, as well as providing landscape buffers with dense plantings and such. And all of these are aimed at protecting access to light and privacy for those lower density developments adjacent to higher density homes. Another key topic area was the provision and design of open spaces. So the amount of required open space per unit is covered in the zoning code, but as part of the objective design standards, we have drafted design standards for minimum dimensions and amenities for open spaces. So for example, for common open spaces that would be accessible to all building residents, such as a roof deck or courtyard for a multifamily building. We include minimum dimensions for light and privacy, or sorry, usability, minimum landscaping, requirements for shade and seating, and amenities such as barbecue areas, play structures, and the like. And then a few of the revisions we made based on feedback from the Planning Commission and City Council, included adding a standard that if a development has to provide 2 or more open space amenities, they must be different amenities. And we also clarified the balcony railing standard, which was a little bit confusing. And then we also heard that lighting was very important to the Marina community, particularly that fixtures are dark sky compliant. And so we have standards that ensure that lighting is pedestrian scaled in size. And we've included several design standards that are dark sky compatible, including limiting light trespass, limiting light intensity, and then also ensuring warm, natural colored lighting. And the following slide lists all of the topics covered under buildings design for multifamily and mixed-use buildings. So those include building frontage location, the maximum building length, facade rhythm and pattern, fenestration, treatment of quarter buildings, and ground floor design. So for example, how to design a commercial or retail space as part of a mixed-use, vertical mixed-use development with residential above. And just to provide one example, for modulation, we require both minor and major massing breaks to break up large continuous facades and make sure any larger buildings appear as a combination of smaller buildings or building components. And I'm going to turn it back over to Simran to talk about the appendices.
So the document also includes two appendices. And through the engagement process, we heard that Marina's diverse cultural makeup is a really important part of the city's identity and should be reflected through architectural elements and the design of buildings. So to encourage a range of architectural styles in the city, we drafted Appendix A, which provides design style sheets for a diverse list of architectural styles. To be clear, the Appendix A does not mandate or prohibit any architectural style. It recommends that whatever architectural style is selected, that the buildings be consistent within it. So as an example, if your building is primarily craftsman in style, you would not want to allow or encourage mission style tile roofs on it. So you are consistent within the architectural style. Appendix A provides character defining features of a few of the popular architectural styles that you see in the city, and these include Asian inspired craftsman, mid-century ranch, Monterey, contemporary industrial, Pueblo, and prairie. Based on the feedback we received at the study session with the City Council and Planning Commission, we modified some of the standards, we replaced some of the images, made some text edits, and also added in a statement to clarify that any of these styles can be used to comply with the objective design standards that are provided in the main body of the document. This just visually shows the seven the 7 styles that have been documented. Lastly, we added Appendix B, which illustrates Marina's diverse demographics, which served as the basis for promoting diversity in architectural styles that is reflected in Appendix A. As a part of this project, we reviewed the general plan and the zoning code for consistency, and there were a few modifications that are being recommended at this time. In the general plan, the changes are minor, and these include making sure that there's appropriate references to the objective design standard document. The one other modification is in the land use element, where the block length requirement is being modified to be consistent with what's in the objective design standards. And it also removes some of the subjective nature of that standard in the general plan. The zoning code text amendments are also primarily to ensure consistency. We added in a definition for a housing development project for state law. We updated references to the document in multiple sections in the zoning code. We removed subjective language from several sections, including those in for parking and small lot single family developments. And then we updated the design review criteria and findings in the administration section so that the city is compliant with state law in terms of the process it can undertake to review qualified housing projects. We met with the Planning Commission. We presented the document and the zoning code and general plan amendments to them in February. And this slide lists their comments and questions that were received. They recommended the approval of the objective design standards, but left open one issue. They requested that the City Council consider the removal of the Monterey style architecture style sheet from Appendix A. This slide lists the various options that are available today for the City Council with regard to Appendix A. The City Council may choose to retain the entire appendix as is. It could remove the Monterey style sheet or other style sheets if that's the direction you would wish to go. Or lastly, you could remove the entire appendix from the document. This slide just shows the staff recommendation, but that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you both very much. Questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, should
Councilmember
we go
McCarthy?
to public
Oh,
first?
yeah. Thank you. Yes, it's a public hearing. So we're going to open the public hearing now, starting with anyone in person. If you'd like to speak to this, please come on up, Levon. I'm not sure if your microphone's on or off.
It's on?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I want you to hear me. I would like to know the definition of affordability. And I would like to know, I don't hear any prices or anything. What is affordability? And then the design. I have a lot of concerns. People have told me about some of the objections they have to this colonialism design. And we like to know why it has to be colonialism, because some, people don't want to go back to, what do you call those, plantations or whatever it is. So my question is, because I was in one of those meetings and we had a lot going on talking about design and everything. So now it seems as though the information has not changed that much. And if we're talking about the families and the public, and we're talking about mixture of class, race, and all that, I like to know how this process is addressing all of this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Levon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, staff, and fellow residents of Marina. My name is Audra Walton. Tonight, I stand before you not in any official capacity as a planning commissioner, but purely as a concerned citizen of Marina and a member of the descendants of American chattel slavery community. I am here to advocate for a change that I believe reflects our collective values and acknowledges the complex layers of our history. Specifically, I'm requesting the removal of Appendix A, Item D from our Objective Design Review Standards, which endorses the Monterey style architecture. Transitioning to the heart of the matter. The Monterey style, with its simple elegance and blend of Spanish colonial revival and New England colonial revival influences, carries with it connotations that conflict with our present day values of inclusivity and respect for all people. This architectural style, developed in the early 19th century, is deeply intertwined with the period of colonialism, a time marked by the occupation of Ohlone and Costanoan lands, and a history built upon the stolen resources and forced labor of enslaved African Americans. Our city stands on land that once belonged to the Ohlone and Costanoan peoples. Our nation's wealth was amassed at a great human cost. The foundation of our initial capital was laid with the resources taken without consent and with labor of enslaved Africans that were coerced and brutalized. The end of the transatlantic slave trade did not mark the end of these atrocities, but was followed by the Second Middle Passage and equally reprehensible practices like breeding plantations, where human beings were further commodified in a successful effort to continue clearing, expanding, and building this nation. In light of this history, to continue promoting Monterey revival style architecture, an emblem of colonial past, seems not only antiquated and anachronistic, but simply insensitive. By removing Appendix A, Item D from our design standards, we are not erasing history. Instead, we are choosing to move forward with the vision of our community that is more inclusive and respectful of the descendants of American chattel slavery. The remaining indigenous population and future generations of Marina residents who will grow up knowing that we do not celebrate or honor the era of colonialism. As we look to the future, let us focus on creating architectural standards that honor the diversity and resilience of all communities that have contributed to the fabric of our city. Let's commit to a path that sensitively educates and the public about our city's dedication to inclusivity, ensuring that our built environment reflects the values we cherish today. By taking this step, we affirm our commitment to a future that respects the dignity of all inhabitants and acknowledges the complex history upon which our city is built, and celebrates diversity, equity, and the rich tapestry of human
Excuse me,
experiences.
Audra. I want to hear the rest of it, but you're past your time.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. We did give you a little extra.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Anyone else here in person would like to speak? All right. Let's go then to Malika Velasquez. Welcome back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone wasn't letting me do that. So yeah, I have to, I mean, there's nothing more that I could add to what Audra has said. But one thing I will say, and I think it needs to be said, is I know some people don't see this as a big issue, but you have a constituent telling you that she is from a community to where this type of architecture is a trigger, it's traumatic, and it may not be that way for everyone, but we have to acknowledge that there could be two realities at one time. And so if we talk about inclusivity, as she said in her statement, and I think that if we're going to talk about it, we have to be about it. And so this is something that should be removed. We shouldn't be promoting this, and it's not just the African American community. It's offensive to the indigenous community, and I just feel like, as she said, that this needs to be addressed, and it should be stricken from the design plan. Just even if it's just to honor the African American community and say that we hear you. We hear that this is traumatic, and there are other designs obviously from the presentation, so it's not like we have to have that design. So I feel like it wouldn't be a big deal to remove it. I think it would be something that honors the community, that tells the African American community, indigenous communities that, you know, we hear your voice, we understand, and, you know, sometimes, you know, you're not heard, but, you know, we do hear you this time. And so I hope that this design would be stricken. And I'm not speaking as a board member, I am speaking as someone of both African American and indigenous heritage. So I thank the city council for hopefully hearing myself, hearing Evangelist Stone, hearing Audra Walton, and other community members that unfortunately might not be able to get onto the Zoom or onto the phone, that feel the same way. And I will land my plane there.
All right. Thank you, Malika. Let's go to Lavisha. Queen Tay.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for hearing us out tonight. I'd just like to echo the three speakers. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Lavisha.
Okay, I'd like to echo the three speakers ahead of me. I think simply changing the name from colonial style to Monterey style does not take away the trauma that goes along with the word colonial. And from what I heard, we can that can be removed at the discretion of the council if I'm not if I didn't hear, you know, if I'm hearing correctly. If this is something that can be removed at the discretion of the council, I'm asking as a Black member of this community. I love this community, I love this city, and like I said, just changing the name from colonial style to Monterey style does not in any way water down the trauma that comes along with that. And I plan to be an active member in this community for a while. And I expect for my children to grow up in this community. And it will really be a great echo and reflection to active community members that, you know, we are changing that narrative. You know, not just changing it from colonial to Monterey style, but just exiting that whole style out altogether and building a more, being intentional about inclusivity. So I'll yield the rest of my time, but I just like to say that, you know, I love this community and I just hope that the council makes a decision that shows its love and diversity and inclusivity for us who have experienced trauma from colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lavisha. Anyone else in the public would like to speak before we close public comment?
I got the unmute.
Good evening, Denise.
Hi. While she was speaking, so I was very careful to be quiet. To change directions, personally, I didn't see anything attractive in that style when I looked at it. And moving on to my question, which is going to be a bizarre one unless you live in Marina and understand. So, gopher barrier. Interesting. Who would I contact about more information about that, whether it's underground, whether it's chemical, whether it's, you know, what it is, how it works, how it's put in, etc. And that will be my only question.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Mimi. Simon's Cherry. Go ahead, Mimi.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm new to the area, but I'm not new to being offended as an African American. I just wanted to read the definition of colonialism to the council. It says, the policy or practice of acquiring full or partial political control over another country, occupying it with settlers and exploiting it economically. I've come to believe that we have grown far more than that as a nation and as a city, as diverse as Marina. I would be inclined to believe that it would be more sympathetic and understanding to the people that are actually been raised here and have a lot of history here. And I agree that with Audra, Malika, Levant, it's offensive. And to just change a name from colonial to Monterey style is not enough. I vote to remove it completely. And I thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Anyone else? Please raise your hand before we close public comment. All right, we're going to close public comment and get to the comments we've heard and questions. Levon, you asked about where's the affordability, and that's not part of these design objective standards, but I wonder if Allison or our consultants can tell us, where it's referred to the closest. Where's the closest reference in this document to affordability, if it exists?
Yeah, the document doesn't refer to affordability because it doesn't directly affect it, but indirectly, the goal of the state by requiring cities to create objective design standards was to increase production of housing, which would then make with the more available supply of housing, make it more affordable for the various communities.
Okay, so I think a lot of people see a lot of homes going up in Marina. They don't see a lot of affordable homes going up. So can you explain how increasing housing supply increases affordable housing supply?
Increasing the supply, well, California has been in a deficit of housing units by several million units over the last 20 plus years. So it's not a change that will happen in over a short period of time. But the goal is to, by making sure and giving developers certainty in terms of building projects quickly and efficiently, that there may be an effect on price. I mean, a lot of other things are affecting home prices right now, cost of construction, inflation, etc. So these design guidelines or standards in and of themselves don't necessarily affect the individual price of homes, but the intent is over time they and other regulations will have an impact on that. The city is in the general plan also considering other policies and the housing element as well, other policies that will help with the production of capital A affordable housing, which are directed towards certain income categories, which are a proportion of the county median income.
All right, so is it true, if I'm interested in affordability, even if the objective design standards tonight don't address it, that there's, as you mentioned, the general plan addresses it, and there are state laws that give streamlining benefits to developments that have more than the required affordable housing. Like
That's
you
right.
get waivers to streamline it.
Yes.
And if you build 1,000 new homes in most cities around here, including Marina, 20% of those need to be extremely very low, low or medium affordable categories, right?
If the city has a inclusionary housing ordinance, in that case, you may require it, but I don't.
Yeah, Marina and most
Marina-
cities around here
Yeah.
do have 15 to
15 to
20%.
20%, so yes.
Okay, but this document wasn't really geared toward affordability. It was geared toward objective design standards.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then Audra and Malika and Lavisha and Mimi, they all wanted to remove worksheet D in Appendix A. We heard that. And then Denise asked about gopher control, which is on page 13 at the top paragraph.
Yeah.
It says, gopher intrusion, gopher barriers shall be provided as needed to prevent gopher intrusion in yards. And I don't know any yard in Marina that's not affected by gophers, but I don't know of any yard that has gopher barriers that would prevent gopher intrusion. So what do we expect that to look like in the future?
So that's a good question. So we put in that standard based on the conversation or the comments we received from the Planning Commission and City Council. And the idea is that the standard says that the builder of the home is responsible for putting in the appropriate barrier for preventing or at least minimizing gopher intrusion. The standards change and technology changes and products that come on the market, vary. So the objective design standards don't necessarily say use this one particular method. It just sets the performance standard, says you have to prevent or minimize gopher intrusion, and you, the developer or builder, figure out how to do it.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That was it, unless anyone else noted anything I didn't ask. Okay, so thank you very much to the public, and now we'll go to council for comments, questions, and we'll start with Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ramey and Associates. Great job. I've continued to be impressed with not only the way you present information, but the way you respond to some of our questions. So thank you. And thank you to those that spoke about the Monterey style. I certainly hear you, and I know it's not easy to talk about something that triggers you. So thank you for being here tonight and speaking your truth. I suspect as a council, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So I'm just going to leave that there for a second. I do have a question about the Monterey style. So, and Ramey, I know you guys aren't maybe as familiar with the area, but I think of like East Garrison, Sea Haven, the Dunes to a lesser extent. Would you say that's all kind of that Monterey style, or not necessarily? Or, and if you don't know, that's fine too. Maybe.
Yes, I would say East Garrison definitely is Monterey style. Sea Haven does have some products that are Monterey style. A little bit Dunes would be kind of reaching a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Sea Haven is a classic example.
East Garrison or Sea Haven?
Sorry, East Garrison, yeah.
It just helps me understand the context a little bit of what we're talking about. All right, so I'm going to move past that a little bit for now. Page 21, we talk about window offsets. I remember that discussion at the last hearing. There was a planning commissioner that is no longer on our planning commission. I had some concerns then. I continue to have some concerns, and that is kind of this offset for how far windows have to be apart on property lines. And at that last meeting, I spoke specifically, I think I'm the only one on this dais that lives in what's called a zero lot line property, meaning my lot line is my neighbor's lot line too, right? My house is built on basically the line. And so there's some real privacy issues involved. Ramey and Associates had originally come to us and proposed, I think 6 or 7 feet? I don't remember what the number was. And then they had reduced that to 3. I would really like for us to consider going back to that 6 to kind of encourage some of those privacy elements to be respected, especially when we're looking to build denser and denser neighborhoods. And so I can come back to that as well, but I want to kind of put that out on the table. And then the last question that I have for now is, you spoke about these guidelines applying to the downtown area until downtown specific guidelines are created.
So the downtown vitalization plan has its own design standards, but the plan hasn't been adopted yet. So
Okay.
these are interim till that plan goes into effect. So if you get a project tomorrow, or let's say these are adopted, and then you get a project between now and when the downtown plan is adopted, these would regulate those developments.
Okay. I think those are my only questions for now, Mayor. I'm happy to elaborate on the page 21 window offset if any council member has questions. Thank you.
Yeah, because your 5 minutes is probably getting close. Why don't you describe that to us in more detail so we can do what you want? I think we'll probably agree, but now's not the time just because your 5 minutes is shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on with the round robin. Who else would like to speak this time? Councilmember Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank staff and consultants for all the work they did and how you made revisions based on that combined meeting with the Planning Commission and the Council. And I really liked how you addressed all that on those pages at the end of the document. I think that handled it all. And thank you for having replied to the questions that I submitted. So I don't have any issues. I would like to see this approved. And to reply to Councilmember McCarthy's request for you're speaking about the horizontal distance, the 3 or the 5 feet. For practical reasons, I think 3 feet is better because it really would limit the designs if you would make it 5. And people can solve this. I live in a development with the neighbors pretty close, not on the lot line, but pretty close. You can handle this with window coverings quite easily. So those are my only remarks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this, especially as a newcomer. When I was developing questions, I just kept referring to the matrix that was provided, and it really addressed a lot of my questions. As homeowner insurance carriers, especially in California, we hear a lot of coverages being dropped. Regarding the tree and landscape guidelines, was that sort of, was that a thought when developing those, or has that been an issue that has come up maybe for other cities?
You're referring to fire safe guidelines, especially in areas which are in the high fire severity zones. Those were not specifically included in here. That's something that the general plan update, which is ongoing currently through the safety element update, will address. And then those should be citywide and not limited to just residential projects. And as a follow-on to the general plan, there'll be a zoning code update. And at that time, fire safe standards would be incorporated.
Great, thank you. And then sort of similarly to Councilmember McCarthy's question, I have also heard of Monterey style being addressed or called mission style. Is that similar or like, and colonial style? Do those three kind of meld together or have some similarities?
There are differences. There's mission revival, there's Monterey style, which is actually more unique to the Monterey Bay area, although you do see examples in Southern California, for example, and even Northern California. So there's Spanish colonial, mission revival, and Monterey style. So there's a variety of styles that are influenced by the architecture from Spain and how it evolved as it came to this country.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I appreciate all of this work, and something that with growing up here, being born and raised, we're used to those mission style, those curved roof tiles, and really those came from the workers would put them on their thigh, put the clay on their thigh, and that is why we still have that shape. So I really appreciate the public that came forward and shared, their thoughts and experiences with that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the audience giving your comments. And you have really sort of shed some more light on the issue for me. And I would say that to me, the Monterey style looks like Carmel to me. And I know they celebrate missions and colonial styles and that kind of stuff. So if I were to say what this represented to me, it was Carmel to the max. That's my take on it, not being, a true expert in the area. But I want to go back and say thank you for adding this whole thing. And I know that it wasn't part of your objectives, because this is for objective design standards. And I really appreciate it, because nowhere else is somebody going to be able to present a palette of designs that I think might be appropriate for our community. But having said that, I do think that for me, even if it's not technically correct, we don't want to necessarily be a repeat of Carmel style. And along with that comes some objections from certain communities about that. So I'm perfectly fine to take that out. I'm wondering, at one point, based on the survey, you said that the city of Marina has some preference for Mediterranean style, but I don't see Mediterranean style. What is that anyway? When I saw it, because you quoted this, but I didn't quite know what that was. And is that something we could replace for Monterey style?
Mediterranean style is, based on Spanish and Greek architecture. So there are very similar elements as what you see here. It may not look exactly the same, and the images we pick may be a little bit different, but for the most part, it has the same type of, tiled roofs, white walls, railings, and the stucco. Thank you. The stucco walls.
Right.
So very similar in features because they were designed for warm climates.
Right.
And
But
providing shade and the internal focus with internal courtyards,
Yes.
etc.
I have a daughter-in-law from Croatia, so I visited Croatia. So that is to me the style, but it doesn't have a historical background of mission to me, because there are countries that use Mediterranean style. So I wonder if we could experiment with something like that if we take out Monterey. And then the other comment that I had is I really expressed some opposition to mid-century ranch because, as you know, Marina has a lot of that simply because it was the less expensive way to build a house. It was like bare minimum. I would have called the track home. Like my house looks exactly like this #1 minimalist style, and it is a track home. And so I was kind of not enamored of this style because that's what Marina has been and used quite a bit because of economics, not because the design was so appealing. However, in response to what Levon was saying in terms of where is affordability, I think that if I looked at it through that lens, then affordability is embedded in a mid-century ranch style because it is the so-called most stripped down version. And if we want affordable units, we can't expect a lot of high style design. It doesn't work that way. It's just the reality. I wish it wasn't, but we're not going to get affordable housing if we expect, craftsman style, for example, to be built. And so for that reasons, I was thinking, well, I was going to ask to reconsider putting it in. And now if we're considering the lens of affordability, maybe we keep that in and maybe we experiment with more Mediterranean style, or maybe there's a coastal design one that might be fitting since we are a coastal city. So anyway, those are my suggestions about, but I'm supporting removing Monterey style. And I might be over my 5 minutes, so I'll wait on the rest. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, I appreciate all the effort you made to hear and respond to almost point by point and change this document so that it satisfies those comments you've heard at previous meetings. At the previous meeting, I think I asked if you'd looked at the urban design guidelines that they produced at Fort Ord. Did you ever look at those?
We did look at the photo.
Okay, so I'm reading from it. It says, preserve the intent of the guidelines, preserve the environmental equality and biodiversity of the Monterey Bay region. Native vegetation is to be used whenever possible to maintain the natural character of the Fort Ord monument. And then it goes on to talk about thriving in low water conditions and things like that. So to me, that language is more explanatory, it's more specific, and it's a stronger language. What I see on page 12 for single family homes and repeated pretty much word for word on page 28 for multifamily homes is native species are strongly encouraged. Doesn't say native to what, it could be San Diego, it could be the Channel Islands, it could be the Mojave Desert. It doesn't explain what native means. It doesn't say locally native. And the title of that, well, let's talk about page, it's the same on both page 12 and 28, but let's go to page 12. The title of paragraph number 6 that includes plants is drought tolerant landscaping. Well, that's a perfect opportunity if I wanted to strongly encourage natives to title that number 6, title it Native and Drought Tolerant Landscaping. And then we have appendices, but we don't have one on landscaping. And so my question is, can these objective design standards be modified in the future if we had more information that we wanted to change a section? So we could pull out, I mean, later on, not pull out, that was the wrong word. Later on, after tonight, we could focus on architecture or affordability or landscaping and come back with, you know, a well-vetted insert that we would prefer, and council and the public could help with that. So what we leave with tonight, if I've got an axe to grind on a certain part of it, it would be up to me to try to come up with a better solution rather than hold up the process, right?
Yeah, so if the council decided to adopt these as is tonight and wanted to come back later and amend these standards for any topic that you wish, that's certainly the prerogative of the council to do so. At this point, given that the city has very limited ability to affect the design of new residential projects, there is some imperative in getting these in place quickly.
Yeah. All right. On the same pages, where it talks about landscaping, it talks about maintenance, and it's great. It says all landscaping will be maintained and replaced as needed in addition, as needed. And then in addition, it talks about some other things to do. So I guess my question to staff is, do we have something similar to that for existing single family and existing multifamily?
In the larger subdivisions that already have maintenance agreements, there are things like that in place. Your blight ordinance that you'll be considering coming up soon will have some tools for existing, like the older parts of Marina that may be applicable.
Okay. And I'm thinking mostly of the multifamily because some of those are just, you know, just haven't touched them for a while. So to make it consistent across the board, this is like a new era. These are sort of new guidelines for the future and new development. And so you're saying that we might have a crack at trying to make it consistent with what's existing.
Yes.
Okay. The gopher thing, it's on page 13 for single family, but there's no reference to gophers in the multifamily. Why is that?
I believe it is in the multifamily as well.
Yeah, I'm looking. So it would be right after soil and mulching on page 29, but I don't see it. I don't see a reference to gophers in the landscape section of multifamily as it was in the landscape section of single family.
Well, if that's the case, it is an oversight. It should be in both.
Okay.
So we can add that in before we finalize these.
Okay, so I think that when we build a motion, the little nitpicking changes I'd like to recommend in the motion is that we call those sections native and drought tolerant landscaping. And we make sure gophers are in both. And that we delete appendix D's, worksheet D in appendix A. And then maybe we can come up with something else to replace it later, as Councilmember Biala was talking about, but probably not tonight. And my last question is about the affordability and architecture, kind of, tiny homes or smaller homes. Could our objective design standards encourage affordability by design, primarily by smaller homes?
I think that's encouraging tiny homes is something that one could do through the general plan and the zoning code by removing minimum size requirements for homes. For example, it's like, oh, if you have a 1-bedroom, it has to be so many square feet and so on. One could remove those, allowing for small lot, single family, which allow you to build homes closer together. There are other ways through the zoning code that you could encourage tiny homes.
Okay, so again, tonight is not the time, but this might be the place in the future to do it. If you tell me that objective design standards could be legal, even if they included some language that encouraged small home design and maybe even gave some bonuses for small home design.
Again, you would do that through the zoning code, not through this document.
Okay, so
Because the zoning code tells you how big, where, how far apart, etc. And all this document does is what does it look like? So what a house or home or a multifamily building looks like is what this document affects.
okay, so most of the architectural styles, I think I've gone over my 5 minutes, so I'll pick back up on this after others have had a chance. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You better time me as well. No. I think it's very important to get these objective design standards adopted so that the city will have design review authority for projects that do meet the definitions. We all want housing to be built as fast as possible. And in the staff report, I totally understand now why, oh, let's see, sorry, I missed it up now. And I cannot find it, I'll have to do it by heart now. That the consultants recommended not including any styles, architectural designs, because it's so subjective. And I also would like to thank the members of the public who spoke here in person and on Zoom. And of course, if we know that it's offensive for some of our fellow residents, I have no problem with taking that out. One option that we get, we could take them all out, but I know there are other members of our community who have fought to get some other designs in there. And we just need to all realize that developers, they can still design whatever they like. This is just an indication, just a suggestion. So I would vote to not spend any more time on different styles. I would just take that monorail style out and leave it for the rest as it is, because I do like the whole overview. As an architect, I'm like, wow, I get a free education here about the American styles.
You mean you like the appendix?
I like the appendix just the way it is, except for the monorail style, and keep it in there just as a suggestion for developers. Yes. So, but the main thing is, let's get this approved tonight, I hope.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still would like to experiment with the Mediterranean over the Monterey. There's just a kind of look that I know has those tile roofs that isn't associated with our colonial history. But anyway, we might disagree on that, but it might be, how quickly you can generate something that might be along those lines. Wanted to just ask you real quickly, the balconies, what did we finally end up with balconies? Can you refresh my memory?
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm trying. Is this in reference to the balcony railings?
It says the private open spaces, balcony railings, clarified standards. And you said you changed several things, but I just can't find the reference.
We made a couple of changes. One was it was unclear that we were referring to the railings themselves. So we added that the term in. The second issue was there was some issue about some concern that balconies that face the public right of way, if they are transparent, then you see all the stuff
Storage.
that gets piled in there. So
Yes.
those balcony railings have to be solid or opaque. But those that overlook interior spaces, those can be transparent or be more like railings.
I see. So the picture you have here is one where it's transparent, but because it looks out into
An inner core.
I still think it was going to be kind of ugly, even if you're in that space there and you look up and you can see people's storage on their balconies. So that was my main concern, because I just see that happening unless there's a strict HOA or somebody over management oversight. I see that happening so often. people hanging out clothes even or whatever. So I'm just trying to make sure that we don't see that kind of, we be a little preventive.
I think that's direction from council, if that's a change you'd like to see. Um,
Sometimes transparency can
yeah.
also help with natural surveillance. So I'll
Mm,
just point that out.
yeah. Well, I love the railings that are decorative and I like the style that you have here. I'm just concerned again with, and maybe a little more dense. I don't know how to describe that, but that's really a concern of mine because I just see it that, you're just looking at people's balconies and you see they have stored lots of stuff there. It's not nice to look at. Also, I just wanted to clarify on the eaves, the changes that you made, and I'm not quite sure if that I understand eaves versus overhangs, but the way you've worded it now, could a there are two styles that have larger roof overhangs and also like Adobe style. Does Adobe style not meet that then? It says a minimum of 6 inches or something like that.
The Pueblo style does not have sloping roofs, so it doesn't technically have eaves, so it doesn't affect that.
Okay, so they could build that and it doesn't conflict with the standards. Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Didn't quite understand that. I don't know if this was a picture that was used in the objective design standards, but on your presentation, you have this one picture here. It looks like a sidewalk and it's something in the middle of it. What? I have no idea what that is supposed to be. It's on, it's single family residential site design topics.
Oh, this one.
Oh, that is a pedestrian cut through, basically,
What's
between.
that post in the middle?
Oh, that's so that people don't, I mean, I think that's
Oh.
just, that could actually just be a lighting. So
Anyway, it's a bad picture because I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is the writing and what is this thing here? But
I'm not
anyway,
sure.
that's
It's either that or it's to prevent people from driving
Driving
over
on
it,
it.
because it's supposed to
Oh.
be connecting like two parts of a single family neighborhood to each other with like just a pedestrian cut through, but it's not for vehicles.
okay.
Yeah.
The text is totally not, it doesn't relate to this picture, but anyway. And the last thing is what our mayor was referring to about incentives for different designs or different structures. And I do remember an article, and I spoke about it at the last time, that the article was saying that with objective design standards, we could do incentivizing for either doing a better quality or a better looking or a more affordable, whatever you want to say. And I know that I talked about it. There was an article about it, but it's been dropped because I haven't heard anything about that. So I'd like to pursue that some more.
So yes, we had, and I think in the matrix, there's a long description about why that comment wasn't addressed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
In here, which is fine. It's 62, comment number 62, I believe. And the approach we took here was to ensure that the base design, the quality of design was high for all buildings. Sometimes the way the incentive program works is that you have a very, a basic level for the what's allowed, and then you give incentives to improve on the design by adding certain features. That gets complicated. Well, there's a couple of issues with that. One, it's complicated to administer. And secondly, your base design then is not as high, the quality of design isn't as high as if you have what we did, which was to require a higher quality of design for all the various elements of a building. And that's an approach that was, discussed and direction that we went in. And we continue to do that. The other issue is that through the state density bonus law, if you provide affordable housing, a developer can come in and knock out a lot of the higher quality design. If they consider those to be expensive, they can knock those out of their project by claiming that those are potentially affecting the feasibility of the project. So then those two things kind of work counter to each other. On one hand, if we say we are incentivizing you to do more, but then you can use the state density bonus law to not do it. So the approach was to keep it simple, have high quality design standards, which is what this document has.
Okay, I have to go back and reread what that article was suggesting because I don't recall how they were proposing a system of incentivizing. I understand what you're saying. I'm just not sure I'm sold yet in terms of us not being able to offer incentives for other things other than what the state is allowing us the developers to just do whatever they wish. And yet, if there was additional incentives of some kind, even in spite of that, they could say it's valuable for me to go this way and add more because the city is going to incentivize.
Yeah. One of the usual incentive that cities give is more density, more height, and less parking, etc. And that's something that probably should happen through the zoning code if that's the direction you go. The issue is this in Marina today, and this refers to the pencil comment, Councilmember Fisher, that since most parking, especially for multifamily, is surface parking, the amount of land it takes for parking, giving more density doesn't really help because you can't build those extra units. Those projects are not financially feasible if you have to provide more parking or all surface park properties. So there are quite a few other, besides design, other issues that come into play as to why just providing incentives is not as successful as one might assume it could be.
Okay, I'll contemplate this a little more, but I know we're
If I could-
pressed.
If I
Yes.
could just add, so I mean, part of the reason I think incentives, and I think there was a discussion about this, is that would probably require some sort of overarching policy recommendations as well as some changes to the zoning code. So not necessarily within this document, which are sort of objective design standards, kind of as consultants were discussing sort of the floor, right? And so to go above and beyond that would require some additional policy considerations as well as changes to the zoning code.
Thank you. But the article was about objective design standards. So that's why I was interested in what you would come up with, but I can see that that there in your perspective that it is not an achievable goal at this point. So I understand that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. For me to adopt this guiding document that is thoughtful and has evolved over 2+ years with lots of community input is important. I think to not adopt the objective design standards would leave the city in a vulnerable position. And I do appreciate knowing that, we can amend it whenever, so maybe we have 4 or 5 topics that we want to make amends to. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem regarding adoption this evening, and I also appreciate the adjustments that the mayor suggested. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to echo Councilmember McAdams. You said it right. To leave the city, we are in a vulnerable position today, right? And we have been in a vulnerable position for a long time. And so it'd be nice to get out of that. So I certainly agree with what you said. A couple comments. One is Councilmember Biala's comment about the balcony material. Could you point me to exactly where those changes are, what they were? Because I thought I remember us talking about opaque materials, and then I just heard you say translucent. So I just wanted to be 100% clear what we were talking about. Councilmember Biala might know where it is as well.
Balcony railing enclosures, that's right.
There's, the changes are on page, if you're looking at the printed copy, it should be 28, page number 28 on the top under private open space 3D. We had mentioned balcony railings and we changed that to enclosures because railings by their nature are not opaque.
Yes.
28, okay, wrong 28. Let's
I'm
see.
sorry, I didn't hear what you said, that by definition, what?
Railings are transparent because railings mean they are rails that are next to
Right.
each other. And the standard said, used to say balcony railings shall be solid or opaque. And we changed that to balcony enclosures because railings can't be opaque. So
Okay.
there was a.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I just read it and I'm happy with it. So it's kind of, I think, what we talked about last time. So I appreciate that. And then I'll just take the rest of my time just to kind of talk about this window offset a little bit more. Kind of to clarify that the window offset would only apply when you are within 10 feet of a property line. And I believe it would only apply to multifamily. Does it apply to single family also?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
I see comment 16 where it says, or you can read comment 16 in the matrix. It talks about only applying to multifamily, I think.
Yeah, it's in multifamily.
Okay. So I just kind of want to share with the council what my reality is living in a very dense multifamily unit, right? In a city that is very foggy, that doesn't let in a lot of light. I already have small windows as it is because it is a multifamily dense environment. But because the windows are not offset, I hear when my neighbors are showering because of the sound. It just travels when windows are very close together. I smell what my neighbors are having for dinner because smells tend to just kind of, the less offset, right? The more smells that'll come in from one house to another. Very awkwardly, I see my neighbors' children playing and sleeping. And my options are either have my windows closed and let no light in or look directly into their living space. And it's uncomfortable, to be honest with you. And so those are kind of some of the reasons why I would really like to see us go back to what the consultant originally suggested, and that is for these multifamily houses to kind of have that 6 foot offset. Having my windows open for me and most of my neighbors is very important, again, to let that light in. So window coverings are great if there's a little bit more of an offset, or if your windows are bigger, I can understand that. But for me, it just doesn't work. I'm really passionate about this little nuanced issue. And so I'm hoping there's some room for either just going back to the 6 or 7 feet or some compromise. So I think I've articulated kind of what my concerns are there. But happy to answer any questions if the council has any. Thank you, Mayor.
If I may just respond to that, Councilmember McCarthy, the reason we limited that offset to 3 feet because there's all these building code requirements of how big windows are for bedrooms, etc. And we didn't want these standards to in any way conflict with what might happen through the building code because standards the building code will overrule what these zoning standards or these objective design standards are. So depending on the design of a building, you may not get that bigger offset again, and it just puts the project, the design professional into an awkward position. Well, which one do I follow? And it takes much longer for it to be resolved.
But
3 feet it's not clear. It's relatively, it's not as much as you would like, but for the most part, that's a reasonable offset. And we typically have a similar offset when we propose the standard in other communities.
But to clarify, when you first came to this council at the last meeting, I think you were suggesting 6 feet. It was us, the council, that said, no, change it to 3 feet.
I don't believe.
I'm almost
so.
positive. I don't know if planning staff remembers that. It was Commissioner St. John that had brought it up and asked for it to be.
Yeah, I think the concern that Commissioner St. John had was about the offset of window, not in terms of how far they are from each other horizontally, but for each window itself, how deep it is set. He wanted us to allow those to be flush with the outside wall. And we had said, no, those should be inset so that it creates a shadow line and portrays a it's a higher quality look. And that is there's a diagram for that in,
I think
that.
he might have also suggested something about taller
Windows. Yeah.
windows that are 5 feet from the floor level to deal with adjacency issues. But we were explaining again that there's some building code requirements with that.
Higher code.
So you can't have a window that's that high up for fire code
So
reasons.
this comment number 16 in the matrix, would you say that applies to the 3-foot offset or the inset that you're kind of talking about?
131A. So this was,
Oh yeah, this is the window offset. He actually was saying he doesn't think they should have a window offset.
at all.
Yeah.
But that's the 3 feet that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I think I'm remembering correctly that's why that changed. I am almost positive that you had first proposed 6 feet, because I think it was even in the diagram.
That was for the 6 feet for the solid fence. So he was asking, do you need to do this on the ground floor as well? And we said, no, it's only for upper floors because you typically would have a fence between developments.
Right. And so again, in my scenario where I'm on a 0 lot line property, there's no
You don't
fence.
have
My
a
wall
fence.
is the fence. And so even on the first floor, I look and I see my neighbor. I mean, it's not good. It's not good for mental health. It's not good for privacy. It's not good for letting light in. And so, yeah, I would really love to see some solution there. And I think that, in Marina, we are looking at encouraging these dense housing types. And so, obviously a developer is only going to be concerned about privacy to the extent that the market forces will allow him to sell more homes, right? Or her.
Mhm.
And so I just think there's some room for change there.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question related to?
I think you're
I
fine.
think
Ms.
so.
Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember Biala and then Bishop.
Are there any standards where the placement of the windows on each of these structures facade, do we not have it? So you can't have a window looking right into
We do.
another. So are you considering that aspect, that if we have a standard that says you cannot have a window, opposite your window, and if it was different displacement of those windows?
But in practice, and I really wish I could invite each one of you to live in my house for a couple weeks and kind of experience this, but even at 3 feet off, if you're kind of over here, it doesn't have to be directly across from each other in order to see a straight line of sight, right? Like if you're here and here, that's still a line of sight through the windows, even though the windows are 3 feet off. So you have to kind of go a little further than that. You don't have to go a lot further. You don't have to go 20 feet, 10 feet, but 3 feet probably just doesn't cut it. Because what I have is about 3 feet. And, I'm just sharing with you my experience that I see all of these things that make me uncomfortable in my own house on a daily basis, so.
And 6 feet would help you feel less intruded on by your neighbors.
Right.
Simran, we can discuss potential higher window sill heights, or we can explore the 6 feet and add language that says encourage unless it's contrary to the building code. So.
And maybe it only applies to 0 lot line, right? Like,
Yeah, I was
you
going
know,
to say that, like, there might be something we can do specifically for 0 lot line developments. I'd have to find out more about specifically
What the
this,
code
yeah,
says
what the
about
code says
that.
about zero lot line.
And just to clarify, because zero lot line can be interpreted, right? Don't put like an inch to the lot line and say that's not zero. Like it's, you know, if it's within a foot or
Within
whatever.
a foot, yes, yeah. Mhm.
Right, we had the 5 foot minimum setback because that's typically what's permitted in single family and even multifamily. But we didn't, so for zero lot line developments, there probably would need to be a different standard. Yeah.
So what's the process that you would go back and make this change? If tonight's the night to make the decision, how does that work?
You can direct staff to develop a standard to include it in here for zero lot line. And that can be a part of the motion and we can include that and you'll get to approve it. And then as you, in the future, as you consider other topics that you want to explore more, you could, and if it's not to your satisfaction, make that modification at that time.
Okay, so yes.
If I could just jump in here too, you could adopt the standards tonight and then with direction to come back with specific items for you to consider in a supplement or an amendment to these design standards.
Okay, so we've talked about landscaping, we've talked about window offset, we've talked about potentially other architectural designs like Mediterranean. So would you throw those into a pot and say, come back with those? But adopt everything else, adopt this document tonight, and come back with those?
You could do that. Your option, of course, is also to not adopt it until it comes back. So
Yeah,
either way.
I think we're clear, we want to adopt it tonight, but I just wasn't clear whether you were indicating that they could go do a change without us seeing it and then that's it. Or if they have to come back with that change.
So it depends on how specific enough it is. If there's some work that needs to be done in order to incorporate that change, then they would need to come back.
Okay, so are you thinking on the window offset that you would come back to us with your changed language and still adopt this tonight? Or wait until you come back to us?
So if I could, if your council could agree on the offset, that is a change we could just make, you know, as part of your adoption. If you feel like you need to deliberate further on the number of feet for the offset, then we would need to come back. But it sounds like probably you could get to an agreement on how many feet.
Tonight.
More than 3, less than 6, sounds like.
Okay, so let's hear
That
from
would
our
be
city
preferred.
manager. We'll try to do that tonight if we can.
Yeah, I think on something like that, I think what you're talking about is, I think our preference would be get direction to come back to council with the zero lot line standard and let us look at it so we can look at it from building code, from room size, and we want to be sure that we don't have any unintended consequences. But we clearly get direction to come back, look at that zero lot line standard, and come back to you with some recommendations. We understand your desire is to expand it, so let us look at the code and come back to.
So process, if that's what we did, we approve this tonight and it goes to the state, and then you come back and then you go back to the state and say, here's a change.
This does not go to the
Not
state.
go to the state.
Okay, so you would approve it tonight, come back with your change, we would approve that, and it's just internally to our city.
That's right.
And we could do that as many times as we needed to. It's not like a general plan, you can only do it.
No.
Okay. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy and then others.
Thank you, Mayor. Just after hearing the discussion here, I'm just wondering if we can approve the 5 feet. And I think, I'm not sure if this is what you're saying. And then, as you said, changes are possible. So if it's not working for staff, and if it's not working for the state, or if it's, you know, can we just come back at that time and make the revision?
Yeah, we could do it either way. We could say 3 and then come back. We could say 5 or 6 and come back because they can look into it and say there's problems. We suggest 4 instead of 5. So what number would you prefer?
I'd love 6, but I'd be okay with 5.
Okay, so the city manager kind of whispered to me that if you have 10-foot rooms and you have a 6-foot offset, what the developer might do is put no window in.
Which you can't do by
Which you can't
building
do.
code
Because if you have a bedroom, you have to have a window.
because it's a egress route in case there's a fire. So there's a few other issues. And I think as the city manager suggested, our recommendation would be to look at the zero lot line development standards that are in the code currently and see what design standards would work to address the privacy issue that you're you're expressing.
Okay, because presumably in every other situation, you could put a fence up.
That's
Is
right.
that kind of the
Yes.
thinking? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know of any other cities that have 4? I mean, does every city in California say 3?
To be honest, there's actually not a lot of cities that have a window offset standard. But yes, I don't know of any that have a
More
much
than 3?
larger.
Yeah.
Have to do more research on that.
Well, Councilmember McCarthy likes to be a leader.
One way to say it.
I was struggling with that word. Okay, Councilmember Vischer and then Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, at the dunes, where we do have the minimum of 5 feet setback, and which is also here, we do have windows that are right across from each other.
And how
You
far,
end-
how far distance?
It's 10 feet, so 2 times 5. And so you just handle it with your window coverings. Our neighbors have a guest room. If there's nobody there, I can leave my covers out. If I see there's a light there, then I just close it. So it's pretty, it's, but I want to, just for Councilmember McCarthy, smells, then you would need to have regulations where to have your hood exhaust. Because I can smell what my neighbors are cooking, but not from the windows, but because the exhaust is there. So, and I am all for keeping as many options as we have. So this is a minimum, because it can be hard for architects to develop, to design something on small lots. So if we can go with a minimum of 3 and just hoping that an architect will do their best to make it as much as possible, because otherwise we limit ourselves so much. And we want to have affordable housing, we want to have it fast. So the less restrictions there are, I think it's better. So those are my remarks, and I hope we can adopt this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Viola.
I would really like to see some of these things just resolved, in a quick way, and I have faith that you would be able to make the text right. And I would like it to propose 5 feet then, and then so we cut the baby in half here, and that we rely on your verbiage. You obviously can figure this out and it not come back. I also think that the mayor suggested specific language on the drought tolerant and the native species, and we can just incorporate that. And I personally will withdraw my suggestion about Mediterranean, because we still have 6 left and it's fine. So if we could just, kind of make it as clear and sort of word edits at this point, and then you don't have to come back. I would like to see that. I think if this is the major issues that we're having at this point, then I think those 2 can be resolved, and I've withdrawn my and we omit a Monterey style, and that's it. So if it's unless the mayor I think maybe Councilmember McCarthy, are you okay with that? If we just say 5 feet and then have them craft the language around it, full well knowing they have to do some other research, and then for the mayor to add those words that you felt you wanted to include.
Thank you, Mayor. I am okay with that, but I also just want to, because I'm not sure that Councilmember Vischer and I are quite talking the same language in your case, because it's single family, so it wouldn't apply. So that's totally fine. Like that would be allowable even today under these rules. And maybe if it's necessary, could we reduce from 10 feet and 10 feet to something lower? Would that alleviate your concern, Councilmember Vischer? I'd love to find a solution that everybody can agree on, but because right now I think the design standard says, is it 10?
I think what we are saying is if you are basically the walls are 20 feet apart,
Right.
then you have to have a 3-foot offset, and that's a pretty fair distance.
Yeah.
And if you're less than that, then you need to do the 3-foot offset. Otherwise, it can be facing each other if you are further than 20 feet apart.
I guess what I'm saying is
20
that,
feet is,
as Councilmember Vischer mentioned, the 10 and 10, or even the 5 and 5, 10-foot total, I agree that provides some real space, right? But when you have, I'm just trying to figure out how you incorporate situations like mine, where you have 0 feet, but even like 3 feet and 3 feet, you start, the closer you get, right? Like the more uncomfortable it gets with the offset. So
Yeah, I think the zero lot line development type is a different building type, different housing type, and I think standards for that should be considered in totality together. I would not recommend just tweaking the number here, just because those need to be looked at in context of the other development standards that affect that type of development.
Do you have those?
No, I was just gonna say that, as at least that I'm understanding is that this, you would have to look at zero lot lines, which is not
Right,
included
yes,
in,
exactly.
in this package.
And we'd have to understand what the city's current regulations on zero light line developments are, because to be honest, it sounds like they might not even be allowed in most areas of the city anymore. So it might not be an issue, but we just have to
So-
look at it in more detail.
To the mayor, I understand what the council is trying to get at, and if it's appropriate, if it's allowed, that the objective standards do get adopted, and that if the motion is built such a way that we could further investigate the lot line adjustment issue, we clearly understand what the privacy issue is, if that is a possibility, but I think, at least from my perspective, we understand that the privacy and the zero lot line issues are the main issues, so.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Fisher, who's been very patient. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Sorry, I didn't know. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe one more remark. If it's a if it's a corner bedroom, you can have, you can have your egress window, and like at the Dunes, we have some models have tiny windows up high, so you don't have to, you still have the daylight. So it's a minimum standard, and there's the building code, and I really think that this is a good document for the staff to finally get some teeth to get housing projects approved. So, and like it has been said, we can always make amendments, but I don't know. And well, you already said you would recommend keeping the 3 feet. Don't change anything now because we think it's not good. And I would say go with this, and then if amendments are necessary, staff can work with us. Yes.
All right, so there's 2 ways we could not change anything on the offset, but expect them to come back after doing some research. Or we could change the offset to say 5 or whatever, and then they could come back and say, here's where it doesn't work. We recommend 4 or 3 or 3.5 or whatever. So we could do either way you want. You can leave it alone, have them come back, or we can change it now and have them come back and tell us how wrong we were. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. So your 3 suggestions, I think we can obviously adopt this evening, which was add native, the word native, under the tree and landscape, and then to add the gopher intrusion to the multifamily. So I think those we can agree on and incorporate. And I'm not going to give a stab at this motion, but perhaps, we can start there. And then after, that is voted upon, we can possibly direct staff to come back with regards to the 0 feet. Does that, instead of just going back and forth on this, that would be my suggestion.
Okay, Councilmember Viola, thank you.
Could you just formulate right now, either Guido or Zimmerman, a statement that would suffice right now if we included 5 feet for 0 lot lines? Can you, and the issue of as allowed by, building code or whatever, and we can take that out if in fact it complies. But can we not fashion something right now so that we don't have to come back, that, it's going to
Yes.
fit and we can vote on it?
Yeah, so we've heard loud and clear from council about the gopher issue in terms of ensuring it's in both parts of the document. Ensuring,
Windows, so
I'm
that's
sorry.
the one. The windows is the one we can't seem to.
Right. there was, seemed to be agreement about removing the Monterey style from Appendix
Yes.
A, that
Yeah.
there seemed to be clear consensus on that. I'm missing one from Councilmember
This is about
McAdams.
The
Native plants.
The native plants, adding it to, and I have page 21 on my notes. So those were the three that there seemed to be some consensus on. And then for the third one, it could be crafted such that the objective standards are adopted and directing staff to further investigate zero lot line issues for privacy in terms of windows, in terms of offsetting of the windows, as well as the placement of the windows when there's a zero lot line.
To your point, Councilmember Biala, our recommendation would be to not put in something we are not sure works
Okay.
at this point. And then to come back after we've done the research, because in the meantime, if a project comes in, then it's caught up in the conflict that
I
the
see.
standards
Okay.
establish.
And so what Guido just said would suffice.
Yes, we
Okay.
would look at
Great,
it and make
great.
some recommendations for a future
Thank you.
update.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I'm on board. I put a tremendous amount of trust in what you're trying to do here. Would it be appropriate to get some consensus on the dais that the language looks something like, if the setback is less than 5 feet, then a 6 foot or a 5 foot offset is required? Is that, I mean, I'm not saying that we're adopting that tonight, but can we get consensus that we're all on board with that language?
Can you repeat it, please?
So if the setback, so if the house is within 5 feet or less from the property line, because the standards say 10 feet, then the 5 foot offset is required.
Yeah, that's the direction
Yeah.
that I would be happy going in, and they come back and tell us if that works out.
Meets the, okay. Thank you.
Any objection from that direction? So they are real clear what we're shooting for. Okay. All right. So I'll open the motion by saying that I motion that we adopt these guidelines tonight with the following changes in direction. Number one, that on page 12, D6, it says in the title, locally native and drought tolerant landscaping. And similarly on page 28, F7 say locally native and drought tolerant landscaping. And then second change, back to page 12, paragraph 6A, where it says native plant materials are strongly encouraged. Local native plant materials are strongly encouraged. And similarly, on page 28, paragraph 6, that it should say a new sentence, because you talk about trees, but you don't talk about shrubs as if they're somehow different in this regard. So you would add a new number 7 to say native and drought tolerant shrubs, species are strongly encouraged, just like you say it up above for trees, but you'd say it also for shrubs, because a lot of our landscaping is shrubs and not trees. Okay, so that's it on those specific things. And then as Guido summarized, we take care of the gophers in multifamily similarly as single family, and that we direct staff to come back for some zero lot offset language that is the maximum offset that still works with all the other authoritative regulations we have to follow. And that
Mr. Mayor, could you say your
I had
exact
to make
line?
the motion first because we're in the middle of making
Oh,
the
but,
motion.
I wanted to include what he
We
said.
will, but we can
Okay.
friendly amend it and all
Okay.
that. So let's get a motion on the table first. And lastly, that there's an understanding that we may come back for some more in-depth landscaping suggested changes, but that's going to take some time. All right, that's my motion.
I second.
The Monterey.
Okay, and then the city attorney reminded me to add to the motion if we just desire, which I agree, that we remove sheet D from appendix or remove the Monterey style
The Monterey stuff.
worksheet from appendix D. Okay, now let's go to your concern, Councilmember Biala, so we can build this motion or change it.
I was just wanting Councilmember McCarthy to say specifically the language that you just said a minute ago.
Sure, yeah, so the language was to ask staff to come back and provide options when the setback is less than 5 feet to allow for a 5-foot offset or whatever is meant, as the mayor said, minimally approved by the regulatory authorities, I think is what the mayor said.
Right.
Okay,
Great.
so yeah, I said something probably erroneous. I just mentioned 0 lot offset. But we'll talk about comeback for suggested offset when lot lines are less than 5 feet apart.
Correct. And the intent there was, there's a misnomer. A lot of people think 0 lot lines are only those where houses are built right on the lot line, but colloquially there, it actually means when it's just very close. And so I don't know what that number is, but I want to be clear that we're not talking about just literally 0 lot lines.
I think your suggestion for less than 5 feet is perfectly reasonable, and we'll structure it that way.
Okay, let's ask our deputy city clerk to read back the motion if she has it. Oh, you weren't thinking, okay. Scratch that. Okay, so I think the only confusion that we all might have is the 0 lot line language as part of the motion.
We're clear.
Okay, all right. Staff is clear. So any other friendly amendments to build this before a vote? Okay, then let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passed unanimously. Thanks to everybody, especially planning and our consultants for patient with us, your patience with us getting through this. Yes.
So is this motion including the resolution or the
Yes.
design guidelines, and then you now need to make another motion to ordinance.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, so the ordinance really just kind of implements the objective standards. There are certain Housing Accountability Act ordinance amendments we have to make. There's certain definitions about what is a housing project that we have to add to the code. So it's
Should we
That-
redo that vote as a roll call or not?
that's up to you and
Let's do that.
that's
Can we do that legally since we've already voted? Do we need to reconsider or anything like that?
I mean, you can just make another motion to adopt the
ordinance.
ordinance that incorporates this document as amended.
Okay, so moved there. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Councilmember Bial seconds. And now let's do a roll call.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember Fiala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passed unanimously. Thanks again, everybody. Does anyone need a break or you want to keep going?
Let's keep going.
Okay, we'll keep going then. We'll move on to a public hearing for a housing element implementation program and ordinance. Good night. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Simon and Alejandro.
Good job. Good job. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be giving the presentation. So Matt has my presentation up on the SharePoint.
I think Randy Hopkins should give this next one.
Really short.
You know, when Aaron McDonald decided to retire, he's a really great football player. He told his coach 2 words. Speak about being short. He said, "I'm full." Meaning 10 years is long enough. I've gotten everything I'm going to get out of it. I'm full.
So good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So we're here to talk about housing element implementation. We'll be talking about one specific program, but I thought it would be helpful to give some context to what we're doing today. So next slide. So just to give some background, on February 7th, the council adopted the affordable housing overlay. That gave us the capacity for our 5th cycle housing element, which for several years was out of compliance. On April 27th, HCD certified our 5th cycle housing element. On October 17th, the council adopted an affordable housing overlay cleanup ordinance in light of the Clovis versus Martinez court case. On December 5th, the council directed staff to send the sixth cycle housing element to HCD. We got a comment letter back on February 15th. There were very, very minor edits. I've been in negotiations with the state since then. We actually just today resent the housing element back to the state with, they added 4 words to one program and they added a program 9.1. And so we're very, very close to getting our 6th cycle housing element certified. So hopefully in the next few weeks. So what is a housing element program? The housing element, what it basically is it's a contract between the city of Marina and HCD. It is a specific actionable step that the city is going to take in the next 8 years to either reduce constraints to housing, to encourage more housing. There's a whole criteria in the government code, but it has to be a specific actionable step that the city of Marina is going to take. So next slide. So the program has to be a specific action step, and as part of the 2022 state budget, HCD was given additional staff to ensure that these programs are actually implemented through the formation of a housing accountability unit. And what they do is they offer education and technical assistance to a city to provide resources to implement these programs. And then if a city does not implement these programs, the enforcement ratchets up from there. We don't want to get anywhere near that. We always want to stay in compliance. So this is just a very small step in ensuring every year, you will hear me as long as I'm working here, that will be about 4 or 5 steps that we'll take every year. And as part of that housing accountability unit created within HCD, in years past, some of the games that cities used to play is, oh, well, we'll get all this stuff done at year 8. Well, as part of the enforcement mechanisms, the HCD is saying, no, we want to see every year that you're reducing constraints to housing. So you can pull up online on our housing element, there are specific years. It says by the end of 2024, the city of Marina will do X, Y, and Z. By 2025, by 2026. So this is one in a series of steps. You'll probably get tired of me talking about the housing element, but this is unfortunately the reality of all the housing bills that have been adopted. We have to take these action steps. So next step. And by the way, this is not an esoteric exercise. The city of Anaheim just got sued. These zoning text amendments seem super wonky and very much in the weeds for zoning. But the city of Anaheim had these provisions requiring a use permit for transitional and supportive housing, completely contrary to the housing element law and guidance from HCD. Somebody was trying to build a supportive housing unit. City of Anaheim said, no, you have to get a use permit. This applicant sued and they won. And HCD stepped in to help an advocate to say, your municipal code is not consistent with housing element law and HCD guidelines. So like I said, a lot of this stuff is super wonky in the weed zoning, but it is important and this stuff does come up. So the matter before you today is parking. Parking can be considered a constraint to building housing. Some cities in the past would have overly burdensome housing requirements as a way to stymie the development of housing. And so there have been a series of housing bills that have been adopted to ensure that parking is appropriate for the type of housing that is being built. So before you today are 3 key things. One is to remove the requirement for covered parking. That might seem a little bit scary, but the reality is the parking ratio is not going to change. So if your constituents are hearing this or are concerned, the number of parking spaces, we're still going to be asking for the same. So that should assuage some concerns. And the other reality of that is most developers will build covered parking in order to get financing for their project. This is really just reducing a constraint. The other two are related to supportive housing and for emergency shelters, ACD asking that the city provide parking that is appropriate for a shelter based on the number of people that are staffing the facility. So next slide. The next slide. So we actually got some really good questions from Councilmember Vischer today, and then in speaking with the city attorney, and I did put on your desk, there were some additional edits we do need to make in terms of making it clear that we're really only focused on removing the covered parking requirement. And so I do appreciate those comments from the council member. And so those edits are on your dais and are in the packet. The next slide. There were some questions about the design review board. That's what we're going to punt on that question till later in the year. There are some opportunities to streamline development in terms of merging the DRB with the Planning Commission, but that'll be a separate program within the housing element later in the year. And there were some other just some technical words that we should add to the ordinance change. Next slide. So this is the recommended motion. Adopt a motion revising the parking ordinance, find that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA, and then make amendments as requested by the council based on the desk memo that I've provided. So that concludes my presentation.
Guido, what if we didn't approve the parking question or change? What's the consequence of that?
Well, it is a program in your housing element.
Mm.
You are required to implement your programs, and I'll let the city attorney speak to enforcement. That's not maybe.
Wow.
Yes.
You know, obviously, we get the attention of the Housing Accountability Unit.
Okay. So it's something that was in our housing element.
That's correct.
And so why are we here tonight doing it? I mean, why wasn't it sufficient to put it in the housing element? Why do we have to be here tonight?
We are here tonight because the housing element is a contract with the state, and as part of the contract, you have us hopefully get a housing element that's certified, conditional upon the city of Marina implementing specific action steps the next 8 years.
Okay, so we're changing an ordinance. We're changing the language of an existing ordinance tonight to implement the housing element regarding covered parking.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Now I know why we're here. Any other questions, comments? Someone want to make a motion? Councilmember McCarthy?
I'll make a motion and then maybe we can go out to the public. Or do you want to do that first?
Let's do that first. All right, let's start with those present in the room. If you'd like to come on up to the podium and make some comment or questions, this is your time. So we're going to open a public hearing for that purpose. Not seeing anyone rise in person, we'll go to those in remote attendance. If you'd like to make any comments or questions, you have up to 3 minutes. Please raise your hand at this time. We'll give you another moment. All right, we'll close public comment and come back and give the floor to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Make a motion to introduce the ordinance amending chapter 17.44 of the parking ordinance to implement program 3.1 of the housing element.
I'll second that.
Any questions before we go to vote? Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Thank you to Guido and team. Great work. All right. We move on to the big part of tonight, receiving a presentation by the Monterey County Convention and Visitor Bureau, also called C Monterey. Is that right? Thank you for being here all this time tonight.
Members. I'm Rob O'Keefe, President CEO of C Monterey, formerly of MCCVB, which we changed the name to make it a little bit easier. This is Alyssa Rendon, our Community Relations Director. And we just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview, and it's fascinating watching what's going on because you're talking quite seriously about the development of the community, and we're here to talk about the development of the community. Some of this will be some of you have seen before. Some of this will be new. We'll go through this briskly, but happy to stop and answer any questions at any point in time. Starting with a couple years ago, about 18 months ago, August of 2022, we launched our first ever long-term strategic roadmap. And what went into creating that roadmap was community input, kind of like you've done in the previous presentation. Getting that community input is very important. We did the first of its kind outreach to our community to create this plan. It's not C. Monterey's plan, it's the community's plan. We're the stewards of it, we're the shepherds of it. And we talked to over 350 individuals by survey. We did interviews with a variety of folks ranging from Julie Packard to Board of Supervisors to council members. We did focus groups and more and more. And we did that about 18 months ago. We did a fundamental shift in who we are and what we stand for as an organization. And this is again coming from the community. Formerly, our vision was something like promote Monterey County as a world-class destination to get people to come here. And that's important, but it's very outward looking. Our vision now is simply a thriving tourism economy that enriches Monterey County's economic vitality and quality of life. And our mission is to do that responsibly. The most important part of the tourism economy is not the tourist. We need the tourist because they pay the bills. But the most important part of what the economy exists for are the people who live here and our communities all together. We have a lot of communities that we work with. I made a vow. I don't know, Lane, if you remember this, but it was because it was a long time ago. But as we're going into COVID, we got through the initial stage and shock and dealt with it as an organization and started to as a community. And we said we're going to come back better. We were going to use Build Back Better, but that line got taken, so we didn't. We stayed away from it. Part of that was unity. Unity is currency in our world and yours. Who do we work with and how we work with them builds us all up. In the process of coming back better, we brought in two new partners, South County. South County was not part of what C. Monterey does in the past. We did a kick the tire deal with Mayor Mike Labar and then later Anna Velasquez to come on, sit on there, no obligation, don't have to buy in. They did. This past year, both councils voted to become officially part of C. Monterey. Do they have a lot of hospitality down there? No. Do they want that? When I say, where do you want to be in the next 10 years? Do you see something happening? Mike Labar sure did. And they're doing hotel incentive programs to attract that. We've been talking to them about doing a feasibility study. So we work with these jurisdiction investment partners. We used to call it funding. We can sometimes call it investment funding, but it's an investment. It's what you're putting in and what do you get out of that? And we'll talk a little bit about that, but we have a lot of other partnerships that go into this. We are the CVB for the county. We work with Visit California, the CVB for the state. We work with Brand USA, the CVB for the country, and everybody in between. Vintners and Growers Association, so MCVGA, MCHA, any other acronyms that we can come on, MCBC. You can see why we got out of the acronym business with our name. And this is unity. Unity is currency. And I also say a lot, what? Everything is what?
Connected.
Everything's connected.
That's why I'm here.
Everything you talked about tonight before us is connected to what we're doing and vice versa. I love that. We sat for went to about midnight in Salinas not so long ago about road repaving. And it went for a while, but it's fascinating to me. It's really indeed, right? Yeah. But that connectivity is so important to us and you've got to see those connections to make the most of those connections. And that's what we do in a number of ways. We are focused on our main goal for the next decade. One thing. There's a lot of other things that we have to do to make that happen. And we've been able to increase our budget because with your jurisdiction investment and the hotels contributing more through their assessment, their TID assessment, we've jumped up a little bit to be able to do more than we've done in the past. Now, the question that we were prepared for and have been asked, well, with More dollars, does that mean you got to bring in more people? And the reality is, not really. It's not about more people. It's about more nights. In fact, if we can get the same number of people here coming, the same number of people each year, but they stay one more night, 2019, 2.6 nights stay. If we can get that 3.6 night, that's $877 million in incremental visitor spend for our community. And that translates into TOT, that translates into parks and libraries, first responders, and it helps us all raise our quality of life and through our economic vitality. There's a little data in here on visitor spending, and this is really important, kind of hard to read, but I think you can probably see this. Basically, what this is saying, the further away people come, the longer they're going to stay, the more they're going to do, the more they're going to spend. And many times, if they're coming from further away, they're doing one thing that we really like. Well, they're not doing one thing that we really like, and that is not bringing their car. We're going to talk about this in just a second, and I'm going to let Alyssa talk a little bit more about it. But sustainable, responsible, managed growth is our strategy, along with what you're doing. And if we can get people coming here from further away, we're going to get what we want in terms of extended stays, and we also want in terms of traffic mitigation. And that's just one of the things that we're working on. Our international market, so we promote across the country and around the world. You can see here the key markets, Canada, Mexico, and the UK. And then we also have opportunistic markets in Australia and China. China's not back yet. China is lagging. International travel is lagging a lot. It's a lot easier for people who live in domestic US to go elsewhere, any of these places, than it is for many of these folks to get here. We're losing that game. We're at a net loss as a country in terms of international travel. And we as a destination who rely heavily on international travelers, they spend a lot more time here and they spend a lot more money here. So we're still at a deficit there. But we're working on it. And because of the changes we've made with our budget, with our TID and the jurisdiction investment, for the first time, we have an office in the UK that focuses on tour and travel and PR. So we've stepped that up and we are knocking at the door in China. We've got people that have been there back and forth, resurrecting those old relationships, working with Visit California. They're there. Their office is back open and they create the coattails for us to ride on. So international, very, very important. Research. We are a hub of research. We are not an advocacy or a lobbying organization, but we are an education organization. And we have an enormous amount of research. For example, visitor profile studies. Where are people coming from? How long are they staying? What are they doing? What are they spending? And a variety of other things. In fact, a lot of hotel developers come to us and they will say, I'm looking at putting a place in or buying a place. Can you give me the data that helps them make decisions? And we can also do the same thing. And we have traded information and we've had membership with Matt and now council member Vischer to be on our board to get access, more direct access to that information, because that can help you lay out your plans. That can inform where you're going. Where is occupancy and ADR going? How's that going to impact TOT? We have information and we get information sometimes a little different than you all might get. So that combination, that sharing, obviously can be very important for us. And you. I'm going to let Alyssa talk a little bit about this because I think it's a great story and it's a program we started a few years ago. So why don't I let you talk?
Sure. Yes. We started with Sustainable Moments and it's kind of developing right now into the right path. As you may have heard, we started a rebrand. So naturally we want to evolve in our responsible travel initiatives. So as you can see there's a few billboards up. Maybe you noticed them driving in our drive markets. During the summer seasons, kind of those high peak seasons, we had these billboards to remind visitors before they come. And then we also added some MST ads to remind them while they're in destination to treat our destination respectfully, responsibly, leave no trace. And we'll be continuing these again in the upcoming peak season. And then you can also see, Bixby Bridge, kind of the health and safety concerns. So while we aren't the enforcer of law, we do care about our visitor messaging and how we can work with our jurisdiction partners and their concerns.
Yeah, I'll tell you what a difference a sign makes. So you've got BISMAC. Does everyone know what BISMAC is? Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council. Thank you. It's a tough one. That is, who sits on that? Congressman Panetta, Assemblymember Addis, a variety of the District 5, Mary Adams, A lot of folks sit on that. Caltrans is there, CHP is there, County Sheriff is there. It's a big group. We work directly with them to figure out how do we mitigate this Bixby Bridge problem. And among other things, we put out a lot of messaging, but what we don't put out is we don't put up pictures of Bixby Bridge. We don't use Bixby Bridge to market the county. But we put this, you can see the one sign, there was a road sign because going up Old Coast Road was just creating a mess and a danger. That went a long way with those folks, and we're still looking, it's going to be enforcement at the end of the day, and there's still work to be done there. That billboard with the door responsibly. So that was up in the Bay Area, warning people when they come in to be responsible. And to be honest with you, if I could get away with it, my board won't let me, but I would have a billboard that says, if you're not prepared to be responsible, keep driving down to Pismo. They'll take you. That won't fly with my board. So I'm not recommending that.
And
So
to add, the National Marine Sanctuary loved it too, and we're really proud to say that they wrote us a letter of appreciation.
yeah, not so long ago, the National Marine Sanctuary looked at us as the bad guys. What tourists? Tourists are going to get in the water. They're going to do things to the sanctuary. They saw that. They said, I get it. We're aligned, and we're working more closely with them than we've ever worked in the past. Crisis communications, another one I'm going to turn over to Alyssa, because when crisis happens, she's in the Joint Information Center.
Yes, and I've also given public comment on this as well. So, when the storms hit last year, this year, we sort of turned less from a promotional organization into a resource, not only for visitors in destination planning their trips, but also residents, hospitality workers, industry workers. So I did join the Emergency Operations Center to help be that conduit of information and communication between the center and our industry.
Yeah, that was a welcome request for me to give her the opportunity to sit in the JIC when it's necessary. But it just shows how the recognition. It was Supervisor Rude Askew who said, we need you guys to be at the table. We need you to be in the room when crisis happens. And we need hospitality to step up. And when crisis happens, when those storms happen, we had 36 hotels, including several hotels in Marina, offer up evacuee rates, change or lift pet policies so people had a place to stay. We helped coordinate all that communication. And then we did a recovery program where we created the world's first artichoke trail, starting in Castroville and winding its way out, down and throughout the county. And then that ended up on the Rachel Ray Show on national television with a 5 or 10 minute segment talking about us, getting people excited about us. And I'm happy to say last week was Visit California's National Outlook, their Outlook Forum. It's their conference every year. And they have a dinner where they have award ceremony, Golden Poppy Awards. And we won 2 that night. One was for our approach to crisis, where these are based on community collaboration more so than creativity, but they both count. And we were awarded a Golden Poppy Award for crisis recovery because we worked together as a community. And then we did a managed growth recovery, accelerating recovery. And I'll tell you this, in my view, the Poppy Award is the equivalent of an Academy Award. And we're going up against all the bigs, right? We're going up against Palm Springs and San Diego, San Francisco, Los Angeles, some of the smalls too, like Napa and Sonoma and others. In a couple of these categories, we're up against the really, really big ones. And I thought it was appropriate to point out that this is kind of our industry's Academy Award. And for us to win is like an indie studio taking down 2 major Hollywood studios. It's that significant for us as an industry, and I think it's that significant for us as a community. So moving on, how is it working so far? So in the last fiscal year, everything we do is supported by research. Everything we do is measured quantitatively and qualitatively. We do an impact study twice a year. This is in your packets, so you can see some of the stuff that we're doing because we report to you twice a year, mid-year and end of year. You just got your mid-year reports. And we generated in the last fiscal year, collectively for the county, over $712 million of visitor spending directly attributed to the ads that we created, creating intent to visit, creating demand. And then on the group side, meetings and conferences, we generated over $42 million in booked business. And if you don't think that you get meetings here in Marina, you do. And you're going to get more in the future. So this was the new campaign launch, and this is part of what we put in your packets, the mid-year results. The new campaign is called Find Your Way Here. In the interest of time, we didn't put together a video, but we've got great video. And we will send that to you if you haven't already seen it. So what's your investment? What's your take out of that? Well, your $55,000 that you invest in jurisdiction investment, it's 3% of your TOT, and that's for the first half of the fiscal year, puts you in a pool of $11 million to create this type of broad-based visibility, awareness, and ultimately intent to visit. And in the first campaign of the year, we hit over 9.4 million travel-ready households. These are people who are ready to travel in the immediate future, and generated over 500,000 influence trips. So people saying they're coming here. At the end of the year, you're going to get another report, and it's going to tell you exactly from a dollar standpoint. Like I could tell you last year was 712 million countywide. We're going to have the same type of report at the end of the year. So this is more of a qualitative look. It'll be more quantitative next time around. And this is just some of the marketing that we do. As you can see, Marina was featured heavily in our new Find Your Way Here campaign. That's why I would have liked to showed you that campaign so you could see the hand cart tour and some of the other ways that you're featured in our television advertising, in our digital advertising, in our PR. Here's some public relations. This is where Marina was featured in all of these spaces, travel and leisure, and some of these others. On the international front, Marina was part of a really great mention in or story, multi-page story, National Geographic from Mexico. We also did a Mexico mission with Visit California, and we took your chef from Sanctuary Beach Resort and brought him to Mexico to cook for a number of influencers there, and that was huge, and people were just dazzled. Social media and blogs, obviously very critical to us, and these are some of the posts that we look at. We also look at the number, let me see if we're, yeah, so some of these partner referrals we have, and you can probably read that better than me.
Yes, the partner referrals.
Yeah.
There's about 3 listed there. Those are just the direct referrals made to handcar tours, Pacific Monarch. So that's transportation, Saltwood, sometimes business groups. Once they're here in destination, they need, you know, food and beverage, places to eat. So our team sends them out to businesses in Marina.
Absolutely. And the leads you can see there in the lower left-hand corner, which I can't read, but can you?
23 groups. So that's
So embarrassing.
1,700 potential room nights.
Yeah, so that's group business. If those book, those create a group traveler, someone coming for a conference is worth 158% the value of a drive market visitor. We want those groups coming here, and they are. And then when people come to cmonterey.com, I want them going to one of the businesses here in Marina. So they come to our front door. We want to send them to your business's front door, and we've done literally thousands of those.
Previous slide, but yeah. 5.7 thousand partner site conversions. So people that came to see Monterey and went directly to a Marina business.
Right.
And this is just the first half of the year. So July to December.
Yep. Okay. And then community relations, please.
Well, just to make sure everyone is aware that because of the jurisdiction investment partnership that we have, the city of Marina's hospitality businesses have free membership with C Monterey. So that's a free listing, free visibility, accessibility on our app, website, opportunities for co-ops with our team, marketing opportunities, handcar tours, raise their hand and have been really well presented in a lot of our different campaigns and new media we've created. So we have 56 Marina businesses now, and counting. We are in conversation. There's always that awkward, wait, so when are you going to send us the bill conversation? We're like, no, the city of Marina is investing in marketing your businesses. So this is free for you. And so we provide those services. That includes different wayfinding workshops. These are workshops in social media and PR. Again, free for members, free for hospitality businesses. And welcoming new members every day, new businesses we do outreach to. Feel free to send my contact. I'm happy to talk and onboard new businesses, restaurants, hotels, etc.
Yeah, that one of the ways we came back better is it used to be jurisdiction investment, and there was a modest membership fee fee. So let's get rid of that. Unity is currency. We need more folks in the tent. And Alyssa and her team have been working really hard to do that. We're getting a lot of great traction. So we want to continue to build upon that. And a lot of these businesses, they don't have social media sometimes. Sometimes they don't have a website. But so they need that collective marketing because they're not doing it. We are. When they do have that, they want to make the most of it. So in some of these workshops, we're teaching them how to be a better social media marketer, how to take advantage of our PR, how to get into one of our stories. And that's really important. We get a lot of,
Which we have 262,000 followers across our social channels. So just by being a member and having that visibility helps that outreach.
and what's next? So the future in one slide. The peninsula is going to grow. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll have anywhere between 1,200 and 1,500 new hotel rooms on the peninsula. That's here. You already know what's coming here. You got a Kimpton going in Pacific Grove. They broke their ground not too long ago. You got a Grand Hyatt coming in Seaside. It's going to be 330 rooms, some meeting space, some residential going in there as well. Sand City's going to get some hotels. The tide is rising. And when we talk about managed growth, it's how do we make the most of what's happening, but do it in a structured way. So there's more hotel rooms to fill. We need people from further away. So we go to Dallas in December to meet with American Airlines to try to get a nonstop flight from Chicago. Not quite there yet, but we're working on it. Oh, consolation prize, a nonstop flight from Minneapolis starting in August. And we're working with the airport. We subsidize the promotion of those. We help make them successful. We did it for the Dallas flight. We did it for Seattle. We did it for Denver. And we're going to do it. Eventually, we're going to get Chicago. And if we're bringing more people in and they're not bringing their cars, who do we got to talk to? Well, that's Carl over at MST, because we need more different and better transportation options for tourists. He knows it. I know it. But his number one priority is workforce movement. And that's the same thing with hospitality, because a lot of the people that he's moving on his buses and shuttles work in hospitality. We're doing, and it will be published in August. So 2 years after our first strategic roadmap, we are going to do an update. And it'll be published at our annual meeting. You're all invited. It's free. No, it's free. We're not going to hit you up later for anything. And it'll be in September. It'll be a total update starting with a report card. Did we do what we said we were going to do? And secondly, how do we focus in on? What does the next 3 years look like? The first one was like, over the next decade, it was very forward looking, kind of visionary. We did do a lot of what we said we we're going to do, but what else? What's changed? And how do we update that? So that's coming. Part of that will be a resident sentiment study. So we're going out to residents, separate of asking them about just tourism. Do they recognize and understand the importance of the dollars and where they're coming? Do they get it? We did one back in 2018 with CSUMB. It demonstrated that they did more so than we thought they did. Do they still feel that way? Everyone sure got a feeling, got a taste of what it's like to not have tourism. So we're going to go back and we're going to ask them, and we're going to update that study every couple of years so we keep our finger on the pulse of our residents. And that's it. We did it kind of fast, in the interest of your time, but we're open to any questions.
Thank you, Rob and Elisa. When we do community surveys, let's say, what's your priority of having Martin Luther King sculpture installed in Marina? The African-American Black population will say way high. Caucasian population will say way low. And so my question is, your community that you surveyed, you talked about having surveyed your community. What were the racial demographics of it, of the respondees?
I don't have that now for the one we did before. We will have it in the upcoming resident sentiment study.
I mean, can you give a ballpark estimate? Were most of them Caucasian? Did you try to get, some Koreans, some Filipinos, et cetera, so that you had that feedback from a conscious variety?
I would say the demographics generally reflect the demographics of the people who live here. That's roughly what I could tell you now without having the report details in front of me. It's a good question. I'd be happy to follow up on that.
All right. And then toward the end, you mentioned in the future, you're going to do resident sentiment study.
Yes.
And so what steps can you take to try to ensure that a variety of racial backgrounds are included in that resident sentiment feedback?
So whenever you do a study like that, for it to be statistically significant, you got to get a certain number of surveys. So in addition to reaching that number, we're going to have thresholds that we want to reach based on ethnic diversity as well. So it's not enough just to reach the number. We've got to reach the thresholds for each of the ethnic groups that we're.
So you might have some
focusing on.
subtotals, some
Exactly, and
sub-numbers.
crosstabs.
All right. Do you already have a plan of which languages it's going to be in?
We're planning right now on English and Spanish. Is there a recommendation that you would have beyond that?
Yeah, we've gone through this so many times in this room because of who lives here. You know, it's Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, Chinese. When we do farmers market stuff, Kathy and Elizabeth go through a lot of effort to get things translated in 6 or 7 how many languages? 6 languages.
Okay.
That's what it takes in Marina, and we still don't do as well as we like, but we're doing what we can and trying to learn to do better.
Understood. So we'll come back in the 6 languages and we can, but that's not difficult.
All right. Have either of you ridden the hand cars?
I haven't myself, but I do speak with Mason and I have not done it.
Have you ridden them, Rob?
No. The short answer is no, but not for a lack of trying, because the times that I've wanted to do, I couldn't get the times that I wanted. So I have people coming in from out of town, but so did everybody else in those given times. So
Our team has gone out there.
yeah, and we film them. They're in our their TV spots.
What impact, if any, have they had in this? Well, you might not know exactly the One More Night, but either One More Night initiative or just overall the impact that the hand cars have had for your See Monterey.
They add another element. In this case, it's kind of unexpected fun. And the more we can have.
That's a category, unexpected fun.
Unexpected fun. That's what people are looking for. They're looking for off the beaten track. The number 1 and 2 reasons people come to Monterey County generally are scenic beauty and outdoor adventure. That's both. And it adds another element. And we need that. Those types of things, we need people to invest in creating those types of attractions because we're world-class golf, we're wine country, we're in the Monterey Bay Aquarium, but we're way more than that. And you have certain attractions like that sort of punctuate. They're like tent poles. For Marina, it's a draw. It's to get people out here because what we want is, I think what you want, whether you're staying in Marina or not, we want you to visit Marina, and there are reasons to come and visit Marina. We'd like to get more and better transportation options to get out here, but I think that's going to be in the works. But that type of attraction it has sort of a 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 effect if we can keep that going. Because has anybody been on the treasure ride at Cannery Row? It's this Disney quality experience where you're in a cart going around underneath Cannery Row. It's that kind of thing, unexpected fun. And you add those elements and they just add up. So we definitely want that. And it adds to the character of Marina. And speaking of character, I do have an ask of you all. We are developing a jurisdiction identities. We're going to create your brand. The brand for the county is Monterey. And the way I explain that is Monterey is like Nike, right? That's the brand. But then Nike has the Michael Jordan shoe, and somebody has the tennis shoe, and somebody has the other shoe and the other shoe. We have product lines. Our product lines are experiences, and the experiences are as diverse as there are a number of jurisdictions. Marina is different than Seaside, is different from Pacific Grove, is different from Salinas. And we're going to have the Monterey brand pointing to these individual jurisdiction identities that represent unique opportunities. We'll have a little icon and we'll have a description. We have that now. If you went towards Say Monterey, you could go to the City of Marina page and you could get a lot of good content that we got from you years ago. We're redoing it and we're adding some elements to it. We actually put together a survey that Alyssa has sent out to a lot of people and we haven't got a lot of response yet. So we can resend that. And if you want to weigh in on that, we would appreciate your input.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for this update. I have 2 questions. If I am a business owner and would like to get benefits from See Monterey, how do they go about signing up? And the second part to that is what outreach is your team doing to our marina businesses to get them to be more aware of the services available?
Well, the first answer is pretty easy and Alyssa can answer it. The second answer is kind of fun, but I'll take that one.
Okay. Firstly, an easy answer is cmonterey.com/join or email info@, or myself, Alyssa@cmonterey.com. We like to build those relationships as one-on-one relationships. So happy to have conversations with business owners. And the
What do we
second,
do? What do we do
well,
to get them?
we do door-to-door knocking. So that blindly trying to meet with working staff owners, phone calls, referrals from council members, for example. Also in 2 weeks or next week, actually, we have a team familiarization trip. So about 7 to 10 of us are going to be in Marina, and we've contacted different business owners to have different experiences. And we'll be doing a blitz. So we'll be doing the door-to-door knocking in Marina for businesses that we haven't had contact with.
Yeah. So real quick, just to add on that, we'll do whatever it takes because unity is currency. So what Alyssa and her partner and on her team did, this is an idea we just came up in Salinas. We're trying to do the same thing, and some of the businesses there, they don't quite get it. But once you talk to them, they go, "Oh, yeah. Would you like travelers to come to your business?" Yeah. So we're trying to get their attention. So during the holidays, right before Christmas, we did the first ever poinsettia blitz, where Alyssa got a dozen or so poinsettias and just went into businesses, gave them a card and said happy holidays, just to get their attention. These are particularly with some of the hotels there that don't, they're owner operators. The owner is folding sheets, right? We're trying to encourage them. So we'll do door knocking. We didn't do this before. Alyssa brought this on. Door knocking and whatever it takes. We do these community blitzes throughout the year to meet with current members, but also to draw in more. Whatever it takes. If you have suggestions or people we should go talk to, we'll take them.
You've ruined my element of surprise, though, for the blitz next week. So if anybody's watching.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much for that. And just, especially after a day on the hand cars, Marina has so many great restaurants to choose from. So we're very fortunate to have that in our community.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much for the presentation. And I've learned new things. I did not know that the membership is free. So yeah, the goal should be for 100% of our businesses to be a member. And thank you for already saying that you go door to door, because this council member here has knocked on so many doors of especially our restaurants. And can we get a list of the 56 Marina members, or is it online or?
We have listings. So if they're a hospitality visitor facing business, they have a listing and on our app, but I can share.
If you can share, because then we can look at, who is not on there yet. And sometimes it needs a person from their own community to talk with them. And that's why I'm looking at the council member.
I'm
Yeah,
of the
here.
Marina community.
Yeah, but sometimes it's especially the Asian restaurants, if I'm allowed to say that way. Yeah. It often helps when there's somebody with you who we've done the farmers market together for other reasons. And it really attracts different people depending on who's tabling. So that can only help. So, but yeah, for the rest, you already know the hand cards, and they are in the movies. You really promote them. And we also have an awesome equestrian center. And I saw Willa, our recreational director, already looking. So I don't know. And I should have emailed you before this to see how that can be promoted more. And we also have skydiving. So I've already joked we should have horses at the hand cards to take people by horse to the airport where they can skydive.
It's not cars,
So
right?
That's my plan.
That's your traffic plan. I like it.
That is it. So, and I have not done any of that, by the way. So before I get that question. But anyway, knocking on doors. And then also we have events coming up at the Equestrian Center, the Easter event. And I wanted to email probably Alyssa we're trying to promote that. And then we have big events in Marina on April 13 for Earth Day and the pump track. So maybe there should be a connection with.
Are you suggesting horses on the pump track?
Excuse me?
Are you suggesting horses on the pump track?
They probably will be at the Earth Day. Yeah, they probably. I don't know. They were there last year. but not that, yeah, I don't think they ride bikes. But anyway, thank you very much, and I'll be in more contact with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can say that we are visiting the Equestrian Center next week, we've already been in contact with them and we've published the past events for the holiday events. So in the fall, we posted those events. We do it manually, but if we can get our members, we have over 1,200 members countywide. So if we can get our members to also submit their events, we're happy to promote them.
Okay, I'll be in touch. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Rob and Alyssa, a couple years ago, there were some of us on the dais that kind of came out fighting, maybe just a little bit. I just want to share with you from my perspective, you did what you said you were going to do. You have created that unity. You brought more business and visibility to Marina. And for that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are always going to ask for more. I can promise you that. And I can promise you we're going to want to continue to grow just as well as the rest of the peninsula. So, we're not likely to let up. But this last year was the first year where I spoke to people out in town and they said, "Oh, I'm staying in Marina because I wanted to ride the hand cars. I'm staying in a Marina because it's got this kind of image of being a little bit off the beaten path. Oh, I'm staying in Marina because, right, whatever. You're on unexpected business." And for me, that was tremendously exciting. And there were a lot of players in that. I don't think it was just C Monterey, but I think C Monterey had a huge hand in that. And again, I just want to thank you for that. I recently got off a flight in Monterey Airport and I saw your sign there, and it was just another great example of, I think, how you're trying to encourage that responsible tourism. And I just thought it was just kind of really neat. And the last thing I'll say, Rob, to you is kudos for just having such a great team. I've talked to Alyssa several times on different issues. She's always been super responsive. I understand you just hired Michelle Pierce, who I know and just adore talking to. Just congratulations and keep up the good work.
Thank you. I think it's a testament to the destination that we're attracting and me. Yeah, I'll take it. No, when COVID hit, we had 38 people. We went down to 9 and now we're back up to 24. And we're not going to grow much more than that because we had a visitor center and we're not going to bring that back. But yeah, we're really lucky. We're fortunate. And we try to create a great environment for folks to work in. And certainly we have a great environment for people to live in. It's not always cheap. It's great that her mom lives here, even though she doesn't live with her mom all the time.
My brother.
She brought her brother.
Support. Marina resident support.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Biala.
Last but not least, it's not lost upon me, your initial statement of your whole focus has changed, not from tourists, but for the benefits for the local, for our area. And that's a huge shift, really. I want to let you know, it's been already said by Councilwoman Vischer, but when you think about Little Marina, and I'm going to say little by population, but when you think that we have probably the longest pump track, not only in California, but apparently in the country, and then you look at the hand cars, which is really novel. You look at our skydiving, and she's already said, and you look at the hand gliding opportunities. I mean, where does somebody get that kind of really unique kind of attraction except in Marina? I mean, partly it's because we have a lot of land and we can do these kinds of really, as you say, unexpected events. But I mean, I think we can really do something really great about Marina. And then we talked about the Earth Day. Our Earth Day is pretty fabulous. It's really like on any other Earth Days. Our mayor puts the kids and adults to work and actually does stuff. We offer free food for everyone. We offer free toys to every kid practically. Where do you get a community like this? Then we have our multicultural festival. We're not necessarily saying, well, we got to find, a Chinese performer. We have people in our community that are the real thing, the real deal here. And so, there's just so much that we can be proud, that we are proud of, but that the county can be proud of also. And so, I hope that, we, and I know with your work, you will make sure that we are recognized as much as any other city, under your jurisdiction there.
No question. There's no question. And I'll tell you who else is watching what's happening here. Seaside, Carmel by the Sea, Monterey. You don't think Hans Usler has his eye on what's going on out here? Because you're stepping up, you're moving up, and we're in the co-opetition business, right? We want to get people to Monterey County and we want to show them all the things they can do. And then you guys are doing the things you can do to get them to your city. And we're going to help you do that. And you're growing and significantly. And that's being noticed and that's making them up their game. There's a running debate. Which is better, Main Street, Salinas, or Alvarado Street, Monterey? We don't answer questions like that. It's all great. So you really are stepping up significantly. Heck, I might even move here at some point because I haven't bought yet. I'm waiting on the window egress answers before I make a decision on that. I was going with at least 6 feet. I said 6 feet. If they go with 6, I'm calling my realtor. But it's still murky. So give me some space on that. But no, thank you, council member. And I know we've met and we've had conversations and it's great to have such a great, I think to your point, council member, we've had to come a long way in a short period of time because there was a point in time where it was a little, rocky and what am I getting out of this? And why? And Lane's been and Matt have been great shepherds of the investment that you make. They believe me. I hear a lot like, okay, what else? What else you got for us? And we're going to continue to produce. We have to. Because we all need the same thing, economic vitality and quality of life.
Too many cars. What's your thought about private cars versus rental cars as far as their impact?
Well, I think our rental cars is still a car, right? Our preference would be to get people out of cars altogether. And the people who travel here, when we do surveys, they want to park their car somewhere. And then they want to have another means of transportation. It might be Uber sometimes. Uber in these parts ain't what it's like elsewhere. It's not a trustworthy service quite yet. I don't know if your experience has been different than ours, but it's tough to get an Uber sometimes. I think we're going to need collective mass transit. I think I've been saying this and Carl's going to kill me because I keep spreading the good word, but we need a tourism master plan, transportation plan. When we think about the next 5 to 10 years. Because if you get another 1,000 hotel rooms here, say 1,200, that's 10% increase in supply. And we're going to need ways to get people around. It's what they want. It's what our residents want. We've got to be solution providers in between.
Yeah, talking about that increase. So hotel saturation, Sand City, Marina, Seaside, there's probably close to 8 hotels that they would like as far east as General Jim Moore and in Marina. So how are we doing on hotel saturation? Can we handle more hotels from your perspective?
I think we can for a number of reasons and take tourism out of or people traveling for leisure. Business is developing. What's going on with Joby is developing. We're having some level of economic diversification. Maybe it's not happening fast enough for some as others, but if you look at the defense industry, which has grown and is a constant source of bringing people here. So we've got multiple industries that I think, and part of the study that we're doing is going to be to answer that very question. Can we, because the current hotel owners, if they get 80% occupancy on an annual basis and they get $300 a night per room on average, they don't want this additional supply to come in and dilute their supply. So we're answering the question, how do we build on occupancy and rate or don't lose, not only not lose that, but build it up. So we got to answer that question for our hotel investors. I think because of the diversification of the region, what you're talking about from a retail development, from a housing development, that's going to bring people traveling for friends and family. A lot of times they'll stay at a hotel. I know my family, I do. And so I think we can handle, but we're going to dig into that with a lot more specificity and a little bit of research.
All right. I heard a rule of thumb is that our Monterey Peninsula area, I think, not Monterey County, Peninsula cities together collectively can handle about 50 new rooms a year to match the planned growth. But if it's more than that, then it starts to get lower occupancy rate for everybody. Right. So you haven't heard that 50 room.
I have not heard that. I'd love to get that. If you have something you could share with me, or I can go look it up.
Yeah, I think it came from Harvey Dodwall.
Harvey. Yeah,
I think it came from him.
Well, we're going to be meeting with Harvey shortly, so I'll take it up with him.
All right.
And he's a smart guy. He's
when you talked about ADR, average daily rate, what's the average non-peak rate, like not talking about car week where, it's hard to get a room, but
Mhm.
let's say, October or some outstanding month.
So our, first I'll start with occupancy. So in October and January, lowest occupancy months, it's about 55% across the destination, which is challenging. We do need more people during those times of year. 1% more increase in occupancy is about $35 million. But,
Did you say October to March or
October to May is our down season, low season, shoulder season is called.
October to May? Okay.
Yeah. And then things start to pick up. We're trying to put more groups in those spaces and having some success. Michelle Pierce has been a big part of us being able to do that because a big group at the conference center is still bringing you business. But for rate, you'll see rates below 250 on average off peak, off season. And then you see those rates go 350 plus. Even for the smaller hotels, we have 12,000 hotel rooms, and about a third of those, a little bit more than a third of those, are economy level. Actually, it's about 40%. So we've got that economy level, then we've got that mid market, that full service, and then we have a luxury collection like the Post Ranch Inns and those, and obviously different customers. But that's kind of the rate variance you see between the highs and the lows
All right.
on average.
What's the impact of marina hotels on our peninsula? We've had a few new hotels. What's the impact on the hotel industry of marina large hotels or larger hotels?
The hotels that have come online
Yeah.
or been here, like
Yeah.
Sanctuary.
100 plus rooms. What's been the impact of those on the local industry?
Well, I mean, obviously you're getting the TOT from those, which is great for the economy. I think what
It's not cannibalizing from Carmel and Monterey, so
no, I think I think what you're doing is you've created more choices at multiple levels, whether it's a Best Western, a Hampton, or Sanctuary Beach Resort, and you're making that diversification. And what Harvey's doing is contributing to that because he's put in the Spring Hill Suites, one of the most successful Spring Hill Suites of all Spring Hill Suites, and he yields his rate way up there. He's probably, I don't know, I don't have the facts, but it's probably one of the highest rated Spring Hill Suites.
in cost for room or
And for the
quality rating?
Rate, probably both, but I'm pretty sure on rate.
Cost.
Yeah, cost of the room.
Okay.
And I think what he's doing with the Home 2 Suites, that's extended stay. That's one more night. I didn't sing our theme song, and you'll appreciate that, but Phil Collins, One More Night is literally our theme song for our strategy. So that Home 2 Suites he's putting in there, and the next two he has plans. One of them's extended stay, and then he's got a Hyatt house on the horizon. So that diversification, I got to tell you, you're in 5 years, it's going to be a whole new ball game. And I say about the futures, we can either watch it hit us like a bus or we can plan around it. And that's what our goal is to do.
Carl would say, he would say, watch it hit us like a single occupancy vehicle.
Right. Gas powered.
What impact do small hotels and motels have on our industry?
They're
like the ones next to a liquor store, between a liquor store and a restaurant.
Yeah, we have that smaller economy hotels in all of our jurisdictions. But even like the smaller, Best Western or Motel 6, their rates, hotel rates are higher than most in the country. Because we're getting travelers here, and there's two things that people think that if you're staying at one of the smaller hotels, economy hotels, it's a bed and a room to stay in, that you are lower income. Not true. A lot of people come in for the rooms. They come in for races out at Laguna Seca. They'll come to the Jazz Festival. They're putting their money into their experience, right? So, and we want that because it diversifies the dollars. Also international travelers. You get people coming here from the UK. They don't want to stay at Sanctuary. They could afford to. They'll take whatever the Hampton's fine, and they'll even take something that's a little lower rated because they're here for the outdoors, the hiking, and all of that stuff. So we have some of our hotels here have deals with tour operators in the UK, and they did in other countries, including China in the past. Those will be resurrected because those people just want to come here, sleep, but they want to be outdoors for the whole thing. So the impact of having that ability to have that inventory is really important. We're getting more people here net because we have that diversified hotel portfolio.
All right. What's the impact of Fort Ord National Monument? Has that been a help? Bicycling, hiking?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I keep pushing more for is action and adventure. People think that Monterey and the coast, the peninsula, is the sleepy little town. And I'm here to say it's more than that. If you want to come here to relax, there's no better place. But we have active adventures. We have skydiving. We have the trails at Fort Ord. We're leveraging those. We're getting ready to do new television commercials in the fall. Probably that's one of the scenes we're looking at because it has, and we've got pinnacles out there. Those are landmarks, literally and figuratively, to people who are their beacons to get people who want that type of travel. So it's invaluable to us.
Yeah, interesting fact is right now there's 1.2 million visitors come to the Fort Ord National Monument every year. Well, I guess visits, there's
Right.
probably a lot of every day they ride their bike and they count, 360 people, but they're only one person riding.
Right.
1.2 million visits, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Because you're talking about Fort Ord. Are we doing horse rides to Fort Ord National Monument? Or is that part of Chaparral's thing? I don't know.
That's an Andrea question.
Trail rides, yeah, trail rides. Yeah, because that's another thing that's unique, right? Nobody else has this kind of equestrian center, and then we're connecting it with the Fort Ord National Monument. I mean, people come from all over, and in my experience, when I've gone places, the kids have to go on a horse ride somewhere.
I have used the equestrian center here with my daughter.
Yeah. So, all that stuff that we've been talking about, Marina, getting outdoors, the adventure, and
Andrea, do they do tours yet to the monument?
They're going out.
Maybe in the future when they grow and get their feet established. Last question for me. What was your second Poppy Award?
For groups and meetings marketing. So we did a campaign called All In, and it literally became a war cry, a rallying cry for the community, the hotels. There are almost 24 hotels that are very reliant on group. Sanctuary is one that we do a lot of work with. And these groups could be 10 people or 20 people at Sanctuary where they just want to get away. But those people on their corporate cards, spend a lot of money. And we put together a program. That's one where we were up against Palm Springs and San Diego. And we won. And Palm Springs has a $30 million budget. And San Diego has probably double that. So we're kind of.
What's your budget?
Our budget's 11 million now. And we went through this whole process with our TID. Used to be, before this year, we had $640 per room per year to market our destination. Napa has over $1,300, almost $1,350 per room per year. And they have half a number of rooms that we have. Sonoma and Napa together don't equal the number of rooms we have, yet they have double the buying power. So with the TID adjustment and the jurisdiction investment staying the same, TID stepping up, we're about $1,050 per room per night. We're still not Napa, but we've made a lot of progress. It was said, not only were we not in the game, we weren't even in the stadium. We were out in the parking lot. And that was said by Amish Patel, our current chair. It was a great way to but now we're in the game. And it's the things that we're doing, but it's community. Both those awards, community stepped in. And I'm excited about what's coming up because I feel like we're just getting started.
All right. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, are there any places where people can rent bicycles?
Plenty.
Okay, not in Marina.
Not yet.
Not yet, because I'm thinking the new 5th Street station might be a good.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Jump in that, yeah.
And it's a great question, and I would encourage you. And it sounds like you're doing it already.
Mm-hmm.
Looking outside yourselves, because it used to be a few years ago there was a lot of parochialism, and now if you look at collectively, it's not just the city of Marina, and you're being looked at. It's what's taking place in other places that you can draw here. You got a Mad Dog in Englishman, the bike rental place. You have one in Carmel, and you have one at the Monterey Plaza in Monterey. And there are other various bicycle rental places. Those places do great business, particularly Mad Dog and Englishman. Those bikes are not cheap and they're fun. So people are doing it. To get that kind of business out here would be terrific.
Thank you.
Councilmember Biala? No. Marina's hotel TOT is 14%, I think, and it's because we don't have groups. So we just depend on families staying a night or two, and they don't really compare TOT, but conventions do because they're booking a lot of rooms, so it really matters to them. What do you think about our TOT? I mean, as far as having 14%, do you like it? Do you not like it?
Yeah, I gotta be careful here. Because MCHA, the Hotel Association, will give you a different answer than I'll give you. So I gotta walk the
What
street.
answer would they give us, and what answer would you give us?
They, generally speaking, higher TOT has a tendency to lessen the ability for the hotels to be successful because it's just added cost. I think your reasoning for being at 14%, highest in the county, you're getting others to think like maybe we should raise ours. I think that because of what you have to offer here, because we're a unique coastal destination overall, and particularly the city of Marina, the diversity of the restaurant scene and the other things that we're all talking about, it's worth paying.
Do you think that we make less money than we would make both the hoteliers and the city if we had having 14%? Or do you think we would make more money having less than 14%?
I think that the probability of you making more money through increased hotel sales, rooms sold, it's theoretically probable that you might, but I feel like I'm slicing things a little thin here. I don't think you're shooting yourself in the foot by any means with being at 14%. But again, that's something I like them to answer, because you got somebody else who might be watching and say, did Rob Keefe just say more TOT or higher TOT rates are better? And I'm not saying that.
Do the hotel owners in Marina tell you, yeah, it's nice, there's some good things, but we sure wish our TOT was lower?
It comes up.
And do they come up and they say we would make more money and the city would make more money if we didn't have such a high TOT?
They're not pushing it that hard.
Yeah.
But it does come up, and they've got a reason to bring it up, because there are case studies and examples where some cities, not like City of Marina, have stubbed their toe because they go too high, and they go too high because they think they can, because they tell themselves that nobody's going to care. People care. People do watch it. You said with groups, meeting planners look at that. It's not the only thing they look at, and we're selling a destination here unlike any other. So there's this. I would say this. There's a point, probably a severe point of diminishing returns with increasing TOT in general.
Okay. Thank you for being here so long and answering so many of our questions. I really appreciate it.
Hospitality doesn't sleep. We're glad to be here.
Well,
thank you very much.
If you need to pick me up, the Otter's Den is still open. It's a cool bar. It's getting better.
I think I know that, actually.
Oh, good. Does your brother know that? Otter's Den?
Yeah. They know me.
That's not a good sign.
That's always good, right?
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. All right. Thanks.
Thank you
again.
very much. Appreciate your time.
Take care. All right. Well, Hart's a tough act to follow. Any council reports on meetings or conferences? Good night, everybody.
Quick one for me, Mr. Mayor, if
Yes,
I
go
may.
ahead.
I leave tomorrow driving down to Burbank for Cal City's policy committee meeting. So this year I'm actually on two, which is not usual. Usually people are on one, but I'm on the Public Works and Transportation Committee. That committee plans to vote on either endorsing or not a couple bills on bicycle facilities, bikeways, class 3 bikeways, and electric vehicle charging stations.
Vote yes.
And then the second policy committee that I'm on is the Public Safety Policy Committee. Some really interesting stuff happening there. A lot of talk about retail theft. The state is moving in a direction of being more stricter on this retail theft problem, and it's almost unanimous. There's not a lot of controversy over that. So excited about that. Couple other bills. AB 1725 talks about police settlements, where cities would have to disclose use of force police settlements on their websites, the amount of those settlements and kind of some of the specifics. So that's being voted on, whether, again, Cal Cities is going to support lobbying for the bills or not. AB 2034 talks about prostitution offenses. So there was a bill that was introduced that kind of decriminalize some of the activity against prostitution. And this one would now make it more strict, allow police departments to enforce people that they suspect of engaging in prostitution activity little controversial. The LGBTQ caucus is against it because it'll disproportionately impact people of brown and black people and trans and gay communities.
So in that case, is it going after the prostitutes or is it going after the people who use them?
Yeah, no, it's going after the prostitutes and it would categorize certain activities as being suspicious of prostitution.
Standing around in
Right.
scanty clothing. and
Exactly,
stuff
yeah,
like
or even being in certain areas where prostitution is known to occur. So a little controversial there. AB 225. Well, actually, I'll skip that one because I'm not real read on that one. AB 2309 is would allow the city attorney to prosecute misdemeanors without consent of the district attorney, which is what the law is now, as I understand it. And so again, not a lot of opposition there because Cal Cities obviously is always supporting local control. So this would allow a little bit more local control in the cities. So, and that's my report. I look forward to attending this meeting this week.
All right. I want to mention I rode on the bus with Councilmember Vischer and General Manager MST Carl Sidoric and Lisa Reinhammer, their assistant manager, and a few opponents of the surf bus project. We rode from the Palm Del Monte station to Monterey. And at least at that time on a Friday morning, which is a light day with traffic, we were really hung up in traffic just south of Imgen Parkway Bridge. So it took us, it took us about 20 minutes to get to Sand City, where normally it would take you about 7 minutes, 8 minutes. So that was a good day to demonstrate, even on a light day, that the surf project would save bus driver, commuter times, a lot. And I think it moved the needle a little bit. I think we'll have less opposition in the future than we did in the past. But I think that there's still some unanswered questions. And so I think that the opponents have some good points to make before they would be expected to become supporters. But at least it was nice that a lot of about 5 opponents, did turn out, and several people from MST turned out. And it's always good when people get together. And I understand that Councilmember Biala has met with some of the same constituents at Carl's office as well. No, no surf meetings for you. I thought I heard someone say that you went to meet with MST. Yeah. So we're doing the best we can as representatives of the city to understand the surf project, understand people's thoughts on it, because we don't want to just blow them off. And if they have something to teach us that we don't know, we better be listening. And if some of the numbers are wrong that is being used to bring this project to us. And one thing I do hope is that we don't kick out the hand cars before it's necessary. And that's what we were, hearing how important the hand cars are. Anyway, we don't want to go too much into it on this report, but maybe we'll talk more about hand cars in the future. Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, my meeting with Lisa Reinheimer and I forgot his name. Carl, was not about surf, but it was really looking at MST service within Marina and really trying to say that we have been sort of less prioritized in the past, and we really want to become a focus, particularly because they can advocate for us as a 2/3 people of color, a disadvantaged community, and that sort of gave them the permission to really advocate for us more.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Well, thanks everyone for a really good meeting, and we are adjourned. It was a light agenda.